DJ BobeBlaze.
Where'd you find that wicked shit?
Daughter of the wicked shit. Daughter of the wicked shit. Daughter of the wicked shit.
Born out of this world, something different. Cut out the womb with a hatchet on some wicked shit. Mama didn't want me, daddy didn't either. Both said I was evil, weren't down with the wicked shit. Put me in the basement with this wicked shit. Put me in the basement with the spiders and shit. Only homies with the wicked shit. Put me in the basement with the spiders and shit. Only homies with the spirits in my closet. Till the day I found a disc man sitting by the creek. Swear it just appeared there, lucky me. Put the headphones on, push play, and I peeped Riddle box in that bitch. Now I'm hooked on the wicked shit. Lucky me. Put the headphones on, push play, and I peeped Riddle box in that bitch. Now I'm hooked on the wicked shit. Basement thumping with the wicked shit. Basement thumping with the basement thumping with wicked shit. Neighborhood scare, call the cops and the exorcist. Soon I had them all twerking, getting down to the wicked shit. Twerking, getting down to the wicked shit. My skin is pale, so is my gaze. When the wicked shit plays, I swing my braids. Possessed by the spirits, I levitate. Down with the shit till I'm in my grave. Hate and shit, they throw my way. Cause I paint my face and I fucking rage. Don't give a fuck what anyone say. I'm the daughter of the wicked shit.
If you're a real one in this bitch, know you're set up. If you're a freaky hugger, let's shake that booty and show your tits, slut. Everybody not riding with us can get fucked. I'm off that witch blood, unlike my fifth cup. Everything we desire is always near us. I twist my wrist once, my whole clique gets crunk. We take you out to the alley and then you get stomped. I tried to tell you they wild into that southwest funk. Right here it is hell, right here it is pain. Right here in the desert, the sun is to blame for all the people that died. The sun's been cooking my brains, and I don't know why, but I'm in love with living this way. Everybody's riding to that southwest funk. 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 You can try to hide at home, but there's home invasions happening. Arizona's known for jacking, not only saguaro cactus, border boys, heavy trafficking, bandages, bloody napkins, and packages filled with uncovered. I'm the one that's rapping them. If it's funk and it's wartime, I'm standing front line in the battlefield with a Mac drum, so I'm positive that I'm the one that's clapping them. Call murder my passion, but don't call me if you need help. Just close your eyes, let go of it all, and just bleed out. Right here it is hell, right here it is pain. Right here in the desert, the sun is to blame for all the people that died. The sun's been cooking my brains, and I don't know why, but I'm in love with living this way. Everybody's riding to that southwest funk. Everybody's riding to that southwest funk. Everybody's riding to that southwest funk. Everybody's riding to that southwest funk.
It's the weekly wicked web show with TeamMUJ. Family united, not divided, let me hear you say. It's the weekly wicked web show with TeamMUJ. Family united, not divided, let me hear you say. It's the weekly wicked web show. It's the weekly wicked web show.
So, welcome to another program of the Weekly Wicked Web Show. Program. Get your program. Strange, dark, and mysterious.
Hell yeah. You heard the prez. Before we take you on a journey to the strange, dark, and mysterious, we are back with a brand new episode of the Weekly Wicked Web Show. Yo. Shout out to everybody in the motherfucking chat right now.
Shout out local clown crew.
Shout out local clown crew. Batman is my motherfucking hero. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the motherfucking chat right now. Again, like Prez said, we're back. But not only are we back, we're back for the 4th week in a row.
Bro, I think it's the first time in a long time, if any time, that you actually got a Weekly Wicked Web Show for a straight month.
So, wow, we're on a roll.
I'm just telling you.
Web show. We got to do and finish up a fantastic series of That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire here on all TeamMUJ streaming networks. So to do multiple web shows and Trash Fires is pretty fucking amazing. And to my brothers here on the panel, I do just want to thank you and give you guys a round of applause because even especially after last week's episode and traveling all the way from Ohio, leaving JCW lunacy to come back here and finish up That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire is a feat of strength. We did it, and I'm proud to have done it with both of you guys here on all streaming networks and the motherfucking chat and the fucking, if it wasn't for y'all, I don't know if we could get through weekends like that. You know what I'm saying? We're getting a little old here. You know what I'm saying? So we get through weekends like that if it wasn't for y'all.
Well, we found out, JCW, and they were like, damn, Trash Fire's on Saturday, dog. Like, we can't push it back.
Can't push Trash Fire.
Can't push Trash Fire back.
Absolutely not.
We went out to motherfucking Ohio.
Yeah. Jug like Ohio.
Ohio. Yeah. And then we came back.
Some chance.
I think we separated for an hour.
We really had about like an hour and a half, 2 hours between the time that we got back and
So
really like it was really show mode. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I literally went home from Jiggy's house, took the Cosby kids swimming, the Browns to the Super Bowl, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Saw my children or my child and took a shower and came right back to Jiggy Fresh's house to do the show last weekend. It was rough. It was so fun though. And man, shout out to Humble Among for going back to back. Like us here, Humble Among went back to back on the That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire tournament. I was hoping you sent that out this week.
I just sent out some
I know you sent out some. You sent out some stuff. I was like, I didn't know you sent that shit out, but hey, we'll get it sent out with some extra goodies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If it's up to me to send shit out, you're not gonna get it for a while. I'm like Stripe when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, Jiggy is terrible at sending things out.
But I did send Mikey and Will their shit.
Humble Among is, again, man, on a roll. We were just peeping some of the Lost Lands video that he dropped right before we went live. Man, that shit was super dope. And dropped a track that you guys heard on Trash Fire, but we're playing again here today. Ooh, excuse me. Woo, that Red Bull hit, dog. My bad.
Man, new flavors, guys.
I did. I lost my voice, but I'm happy to say it is back. And it's better than ever, baby. Shout out Animaniacs.
Y'all ever had a floating beer?
Man, that is. What do you think about that new Red Bull? You like it?
Yeah,
it's a good one, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't think it's too sweet.
I hope they keep it.
Yeah.
Because I liked the pomegranate one they had a few years ago, and then they fucking stopped making it.
This one to me, it seems because it's known that I'm a big watermelon fan, but the watermelon is very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is less sweet. You know what I'm saying? So, but shout out to Red Bull because it wasn't a Red Bull, but we wouldn't have made it through last weekend.
Yo, listen, I don't know what a Karuba is or elderflower and how they really actually taste.
Yeah,
but the Red Bull's fine.
Yeah, that Red Bull tastes fine.
Karuba elderflower.
I've had elderberry stuff, but I've never had elderflower though. But
yeah, Karuba. Well, yeah, come on, it's great.
Yeah, it's a new Red Bull. The new summer flavor this year is what Karuba and fucking elderflower It's fire. It tastes like it tastes like a limited edition Mountain Dew or some shit.
You know what it tastes like?
But less sweet.
It tastes like we were just talking about it, like a fruit roll up. Remember them like the rainbow fruit roll ups, the tie dye your tongue?
Yeah,
that's what it kind of tastes like. I don't know. Either way, it's fire. The elderflower is fuego. It tastes like the tropical one, but floor.
Yeah, I fuck with it. It's gonna be the new flavor this summer. Watermelon's fucking rough, you know what I'm saying? You gotta brush your teeth extra hard after drinking some watermelons, you know what I'm saying? But man, shout out to everybody in the chat. We're talking about being back here 4 weeks in a row.
I fucking love it.
Just before Prez pulled in, Jiggy Fresh and I were talking about 6 years ago this weekend. Jiggy Fresh and I and a bunch of our homies, Webmaster Baker, Rachel Rave, Sam Blue, Sweets, you know what I'm saying, all took a trip to Denver, Colorado for DCG Con 2. During that time, we did on like some Jug tourist shit. We landed the first day, nothing was happening. So we stocked up on marijuana and, other cannabis goods, hit a couple of good bars or whatever, and then went and caught a baseball game at Coors Field. Jiggy Fresh and I, big, not just baseball fans and, or not just White Sox fans, but really baseball fans, you know what I'm saying? Like, Jiggy Fresh and I were talking about it recently, how it would be dope to go to even some more stadiums. And what's cool about it is that, I've been to a few, and some, most of them or a couple of them I've been to Jiggy with Jiggy, you know what I'm saying? At least 2 of them been to with Jiggy, but I would like to go to more. We should even go back to Comerica because it's close.
I don't think it's 6 years ago today. It was like this weekend or next weekend.
No, it'd be this weekend, bro.
Was it this weekend?
Yeah, 6 years ago
today.
6 years ago today would be DCG Con. 6 years ago yesterday, we landed in Colorado and went to a Colorado Rockies game. We went to a part of the Colorado Rockies. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, Jiggy's grabbing this pass right now. Shout out Molly Gruesome in the motherfucking chat.
Actually, May 11.
So today at DCG Con, we're gonna play a little video real quick. This is back when, I sucked at making any kind of video, dude. So, and we thought this was gas, but it just captures a little bit of the moment. It doesn't have any it has whatever stock music was on the app at the time. But this trip was special for us in a lot of ways. Not only did Jiggy Fresh use our profit power, but we got to get all of our homies there. We got Beast showed up when we left our house. When we left my house that morning, Beast had spent the night that night so we could play Juggalo games because we had all the Juggalos over or whatever. Right. And in the morning he was leaving and he's like, "All right, man, I'll see you guys whenever." And called us the first day of DCG Con. So maybe today he called me in the morning, was like, "Yo, I'm catching a flight. I'll be out there tonight. Can I stay at your hotel?" We're like, "Obviously, dog. Pull the fuck up." You know what I'm saying? So we went and did our shit, and Beast fucking pulled up and flew in and came and kicked it with us the rest of the weekend. Yeah. That was super fucking cool, man. Yeah, dog, we seen you on stage, you know what I'm saying? Like, we seen you on stage and shit. It was super dope, dog. It was the beginning of the Ouija Mac era of psychopathic and shit, you know what I'm saying? Jiggy Fresh and I were recently just talking about how we were bumping the fuck out of Trash Fire while we were out there. We were bumping that Ghost and shit that was out there the whole time we were out there, you know what I'm saying? Really all we listened to was Trash Fire. And the homies at Webmaster Baker was kind of hating at first, and then we got back, he was texting us like, "That shit trash, that's fine." You know what I'm saying? Even Sweets was on it. Sweets went back. Sweets is an avid Juggalo collector. Went back home and bought the Ouija Mac Gutter Water set because he knew that we were definitely onto something at that point. During that trip, Jiggy Fresh had started putting into my ear, man. Because me and Jiggy Fresh had already been juggling forever before that, but we were Jiggy was coming out to a lot more shows with me. I was still doing DJ shows or whatever and hitting local spots or whatever. And Jiggy was coming out to a lot more shows with me. You know what I'm saying? We had hit, I think, even a weekend back to back in we did Indiana when ICP came through. And the next night I got to perform with Razor in Chicago or whatever. And Jiggy came out for that shit. We saw fucking Ouija, you know what I'm saying? And it was dope as fuck, and we were in Colorado, and Jiggy was like, "Yo, dog, you know, like I could just feel it, bro. He's like, you know, we've been down for a minute. I don't need to talk to my brother. He's sitting right here. You know what I'm saying? But he could back me up everything that I'm saying. But he was like, yo, I could feel it, bro. Like things are fucking like the fire's burning again. The wave is building again. He's like, bro, we should start doing something with this shit. You know what I'm saying? You're in your position. You know what I'm saying? We got, you know, money now. Yeah, we're talking spooky cats tonight. I don't have that video queued up. Fuck. Thank you for reminding me, Darby, because I did not have that. I did not have that fucking that shit queued up. You know what I'm saying?
We talking spooky cats.
We showed that spooky cat tonight. You know what I'm saying? So
it's a panther.
We were out in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And we were talking about the shit, and Jiggy's like, "Yo, we're just in a better stage of life. We got money. We got connections. You know, what I'm saying?
Adults now.
We're adults. We can fucking let's do this shit." And I was like, "Dog, I don't know. You know." It does. It takes a lot of work. You know, we're gonna have to do this. We can't. If we do it, we gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? Because at first I was dismissing him. I will not sit here in front to you juggalos. I was dismissive as fuck. I was like, bro, it's a lot of work to do this type of shit. You know what I'm saying? It's rough. It's gonna take our attention. It's gonna take our fucking dedication. You know what I'm saying? We can't let the jugs down. So if Prez Murderous is down for it, then we'll do it. Flash forward to the day that Gutter Water drops.
Memorial Day weekend.
Jiggy Fresh and I are out on our kayaks, you know what I'm saying? And we're out on Lake Michigan, and we're listening to Gutter Water, and, you know, I had a couple of my devils in me.
And you can see the footage of that, too, because there's the funny shit that happened there.
Yeah, we did that footage. We need that footage.
I got it. It's on my Snapchat.
Yeah, we're going to need to pull it up.
It's not on my Snapchat.
Send it to the email or some shit.
I have to fucking put it in the video. But it's
or
not
hold it up to it or whatever, yeah. That's when the lifeguards came to us and their boat died while they came out to talk to us. That's a whole other story. But Jiggy Fresh and I talked that day, and we basically broke down what the plan would be at least for the next couple months. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we thought 6 years at that point in advance. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy as fuck now that when I just said 6 years. That's actually.
It's just like, yo, like you said, we laid it out, and it was like, yo, if we're gonna do it, let's see how it goes. Let's see the reaction. Let's just see the interaction we get. So we got it. We hit up Prez. He was like, yeah, this was before he got elected.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, for sure, I'm down. And
shout out Lavender Love. It's nice.
The rest is history, dog. Like he said, 6 years later.
It was weird to say 6 years. That was May. And we decided on the day, July 13th or 17th. I can't remember. No, it was July 13th.
July 13th.
Yeah. And we dropped our first pre-recorded weekly web show on July 13th.
Yeah.
Here we are now, almost 6 years to that day, and we're kicking it with you guys. And then to run it 4 weeks in a row because it felt so good to be on the channel 4 weeks in a row. It doesn't feel like work. It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into it. Doesn't feel like that. It feels so good. It's the same reason why we're doing it is why we're doing it now, to be able to hang out with each other, you know what I'm saying? To come over here and kick it with Jiggy, you know what I'm saying? And kick it with Prez is why we do this shit every week. And then now you guys actually watch, so we fucking get to kick it with y'all. We've met so many of y'all, you know what I'm saying? I am going to play this video. Again, man, forgive me. Our video skills were not as good back then, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, but 6 years ago, it was a dope-ass video. We're like, yo, this fresh. And then rewatching it,
yeah,
it's
the memories of it are crazy.
Yeah, it's dope to see because it's like, oh man, this is shit.
So we're gonna play this right now before we kick off the web show. You know, we kick off the web show with the video here, but we got a lot to talk about. We got motherfucking 10 bands dropped this motherfucking weekend. 10 bands?
How many?
10 bands?
10 bands.
We need 10 bands in the chat because 10 bands dropped this motherfucking weekend. Dropped yesterday. We want to hear all about 10 bands.
I want to see 10 bands. I want to see 10
Give me
bands.
10 bands. Give me 10 bands.
We are going to talk a little bit more about JCW Lunacy, our afterthoughts now. We're going to talk about the That Shit Trash, That Shit's Fire tournament series. We are going to talk about the Gathering of the Juggalos just a little bit because after this, we'll be on a short break before we hit the road to the Gathering of the Juggalos, you know, our series that's known and loved amongst the community. So before we get into that and we kick up the show and then eventually get to the strange, dark, and mysterious, we're going to play this video here right now for y'all, you know what I'm saying? This shows you guys the growth of TeamMUJ, but over this weekend is really when it started. And
this is legit where the fucking Ball got rolling.
Hell yeah.
Again.
And I want to thank Watto for having me and Jiggy and 6 of our friends fly to Colorado to go to a Juggalo event, but then just turned it into a tourist experience. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Shout out though for that trip. You know what I'm
She was
saying?
gas though.
Big
Yeah,
gas.
I never seen Colorado.
Exactly, bro. And tell me, hey, I took you on some tourist shit, right?
Yeah, Colorado.
You'll see a little bit of it in here, but man, hey, much love to everybody who fucks with us to this day. If you're new, obviously, like and subscribe. But man, we see so many y'all in the fucking chat. We love y'all, you know what I'm saying? Much love, Lavender too, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, killing it for the last 4 years. We definitely appreciate y'all. But we appreciate y'all in the motherfucking chat. We dropping this shit right now. Check this shit out. I hope y'all enjoy it.
Yeah.
This feels like the latest Michael Lawless video. I apologize. I did not make this track. Y'all see Beastmaster in that bitch?
That was on Blaze. Dope ass video, Hey, fun fact about that bounce house. I was Bobby Blaze's ass in that obstacle course.
Yeah, we were jumping over this shit, and Jiggy turned around and punched me in the face, dog. Dog, Jiggy punched me in the
right
face.
when he swanton bombed me over the hill.
Jiggy turned around and he was like, boop, and he punched me. No, he poked me in the fucking eyeball.
I gave him the old eye poke.
He poked me in the eyeball. I lost the race because of that shit. I was beating his ass.
Yo, that bounce house obstacle course was the shit. Fun facts about all that trip. Right. The Roxy, last minute switch up, no Fago. Bobby Blaze mentioned while we were watching this video, hot as fuck up in there.
Hot as fuck. Y'all ever been to the Roxy? It's usually hot once it's packed.
Confetti cannons went off, and it was like
lifesaver,
like cold air. You know what I'm saying? But afterwards, we had to rent a car. You know what I'm saying? Straight from the airport, rented the nice ass fucking SUV for the trip and shit. That motherfucker got towed. It got towed.
Dude, where's my car?
Yeah, dude, where's my car,
dude?
Where's your car? It got towed, and Bobby and Beast rode with this other homies that their shit got towed also. So they went back to the
tow yard, to get the fucking car. In fucking August of the year before during Gorefest, I parked the rental car in the same parking lot. You know what I'm saying? For 8 hours. Didn't get towed. We only had that bitch for like fucking 2.5 or some shit and got fully fucking towed. A rental car that had to go back the next morning and cost $250 then extra to get out of that bitch. And we were fucked up, man. Luckily, Beast went with me to this motherfucker. I told the rest of them, I was like, look, y'all go back to the fucking hotel. Just get cool, be safe or whatever. B's gonna slide back with me, but we gotta get this fucking car.
Oh yeah.
And then you guys took a crazy Uber.
I was gonna say the lobby. That's where, if you guys are paying attention to that video, Bobby Blaze is sitting back and he's like, and the caption came across, oh no, Jiggy's gonna jump off this cliff. I was so fucked up that I was like, dog, I bet you I can get to the top of that waterfall. I bet you if I jump off, it's deep enough. I probably would have killed myself.
And look, dog, at the time, like right now, looking back, yeah, Jiggy probably wasn't going to do it, but dog, Jiggy was probably going to do it at that time. Like, y'all don't understand, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't Jiggy anymore. It was
Jiggy.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know Shaggy.
Jackie Fresh was Jiggy's fucking cousin that we met out in DCG Con, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he fucking, it was wild. I can't consider Jiggy's cousin. I'm sorry. It was the Jackal High. It was the Jiggy Fresh and Jackie Fresh, like Jackal and High. You know what I'm saying? The altitude and the alcohol. See, unfortunately for Jiggy,
at the time,
he could not consume in cannabis, and then was stuck in. So Colorado is known for now, multiple things, but it's known for good marijuana, but it's also known for great beer and alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Like,
which I consume,
especially Denver, where there's bars on like every corner or whatever. We like, you guys know we drink or whatever, and
he really was a jag.
Dog,
and that's
Jag Fuego, bro. He was
Jag off Fuego.
Dog, he almost got us kicked out of our hotel. Like, dog, it was so loud in our hotel that when the phone was ringing, we didn't realize that our hotel room phone was ringing because we were so loud in our hotel.
Was it the same night? I think it was the same night. That's like when 6ix9ine had first dropped like Gummo. So like we were like, Ricky got this. Dude, we were going ham.
Jiggy got this.
I had my phone, and I had Gummo blaring on my phone, and I threw my phone down the hallway. It was like just rolling down the hallway, but it was blaring Gummo at the same time. So all you hear was, "Ba ba ba ba, Ricky got the stiffy." It was 6ix9ine shit, but. Good times.
It was dope.
Good times,
for real. And we were in the room. We were fucking clowning in that bitch. And for real, the phone was ringing.
Yo, yeah.
Ring, ring. And we thought Adam was bullshit. You pick up the phone. Hello. And then you hear the lady, yeah, you guys need to. We're like, oh shit, that's real. Like, what the fuck? Like, yo, they're really calling right now.
Yeah. Stupid in the hotel.
Man. So, and then our homie that was out there, like, so Jiggy and Sweets were going hard, bro. They were like drinking liquor then too. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna be real. Like I'll drink some bourbon and shit, but if I'm partaking in the cannabis, I'm only drinking beers to get the good ass flavor of the good ass beer and get the cotton mouth out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, even if I'm pounding them back or whatever, it's not like alcohol. My homies were out there drinking like they were doming Jack Daniels, bro. They were chilling in the hotel before we were getting ready to go out the one night, and then just fucking passing back this bottle of Jack. That's why it was Jackie Fresh. You know what I'm saying? Because that Jack hit, bro. But we had such a wild last time out there. Like you know, if we're talking about it 6 years later, like it was fucking 2 weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? We had such a good ass time. That video, like I said, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Michael Lawless's latest director and producer for his latest video. They actually put that together for us 6 years ago, using the same graphics as they used on the latest.
Hey, yo, but shout out to Nick Bizarre and everybody who says the visuals were ahead of their time. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that was 6 years ago visuals. You know what I'm saying? That was 6 years ago visuals. Hey, there was one part. There's some straight art in there. We were at some like forest preserve type shit. You know what I'm saying? Some prairies, some like
nature preserve.
The nature preserve, but it was a prairie. You know what I'm saying? So we out in it, and the homies were all walking ahead of me, and they were all walking down this bridge, and I got a picture of all of them going down the fucking bridge. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That was art. That was big art shit. You know what I'm saying? But it was just dope as fuck again to look back, because that's where this like rendition of Team MUJ and the Weekly Web Show start now from DCG Con 2018. Shout out to all the juggalos we fucking have met since then, met out there, and shout out to DJ Mac for being the fucking soundtrack for the last 6 years on that shit. But like I said, man, that was fun to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Man. That was really dope. You know, that
was like, I've never been to Colorado, and Bobby Blaze really was like our tourist. He
tour guide.
We went to the tour guide. My bad. We went to like the Garden of the Gods. Like I said, the day before we caught the baseball game. Like we flew in, we chilled for a few hours, went to the baseball game, did Voodoo Donuts, the Chiba Hut.
Yeah, I was trying to show them all the spots in Colorado that I had been to. So I was just taking them to all the, you know, there's at one point where I'm pointing to this bear or whatever, and I was like literally like giving them the fake fucking tour guide speech, like, here you see downtown convention center and the bear staring through the window, you know. But yeah, Chiba Hut, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Chiba Hut's good, you know, fucking.
Yo,
we went to Voodoo Donuts.
What I loved about Chiba Hut? The Kool-Aid on tap, dog.
Kool-Aid out the dispenser.
They got like, you know how like you go to some little places and they got your pop Kool-Aid, dog. Like
Kool-Aid dispenser, dog.
Ice cold fucking fire ass Kool-Aid, bro.
Sweet Kool-Aid too, not like the bullshit Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? Not like they got the fucking Kool-Aid on tap. Oh yeah, Prez get these fucking. Oh, you're a bitch fired up and jumping. Yeah, Prez Disney and shit. I'm trying to. I got, you know, we're getting on the routine of everyone fucking hitting the comments or whatever. But yeah, dog, Chiba Hut went hard as fuck. It was cool just to take the homies out there. We went to a baseball game, like I said, you know, to pull up on a baseball game in a different state, 1,000 miles away from the crib, was super fresh. You know what I'm saying? And then we went to that bar, Lodo. You know what I'm saying? We kicked it at that bar. You were able to see the rooftop of the venue. Next door, you know what I'm saying?
Lodo was tight, man, because back then. At that time,
God, we got lucky as fuck. Really.
We were heavy into like Lagunitas, like little something, all their like IPAs and shit. Yeah, and then they had the table we sat at. This happened. We get in there. I'll say about 5-10 minutes later, the dude pulls up behind us on his round table, starts laying out bottle openers and stickers and cups and glasses and shit, and it was a Lagunitas rep, and he was out here pushing shit like, oh shit. Then we talked to him. He's like, oh, here, you guys like this, and just gave us a couple free beers. Like, here, these are on me. You know, hope you guys enjoy your time. Blah blah blah. You guys are from Chicago, whatever, Indiana.
I want to go bowling sometime soon, bro. I was actually wanting to do that when I went to KZoo with Wayne. But yeah, Jiggy, wasn't that fucking wild?
Yeah, it was wild because we were like
Lagunitas is like they're from California, but they're like really big now in Chicago. They have a spot in Chicago and shit. So.
Yeah, they're the brew pub in Chicago and shit.
So they're huge in Chicago. So for us to be like Chicago region dogs to land in Colorado, it was almost like us being able to like connect with someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, yeah, dog. Hey, we drink your beer all the time in fucking Chicago and shit. He hooked us up with lighters, a bottle opener that had like roach clips on the shit. You know what I'm saying? The the wax, their logo's the Wax Press, and we had the Wax Press stickers and shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit was super dope, bro. And he gave us these beers, so we got like extra faded while we were out there. You know?
Hell yeah, that shit was tight, dude. Shout out fucking Colorado.
Yeah, that's some good memories to have, man. And like, just like
we should all go get a jug bowling shit, dog. I'd be down for some jug bowling.
Dog, we tried to do that with Darby and them. You know what I'm saying? Before nugget bowling was a thing. You know what I'm saying? Darby was really out here fucking meet me down by the lanes. Remember that shit?
Meet me down. Yeah, I remember that.
Bowling to me is just another game. Meet me down by the lanes. Hands are all blistered from rolling down the lanes. Yo, straight up. But hey, man, much fucking love to everybody tonight. You know what I'm saying? Before we really jump into this shit and bring our first guest, Bridget Bites, who I'm sure has got some talk about DCG Con. We're gonna run this video real quick. It is for Luigi Mac, Darby O'Trill, and who gets to 100,000 plays. A brand new Ouija Mag video is going to drop. Well, the next brand new Ouija Mag video is going to drop on the 17th anyway. So we're going to play Graveyard Shift while we get ready for the Weekly Web Show. Shout out to everybody in the motherfucking chat. Shout out to our guests tonight who will be pulling through. Not only do we have the staples of this Journey to the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, Bridget Bites, and Humble Among. They're both coming off hot streaks of That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire.
Champions.
But we have two maybe joining the panel, right?
I don't know about two. Oh, yeah.
Two joining the panel to tell stories and a story from Spoken Realness going on when we hit into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. But before that, this is the motherfucking Anamoya track from Darby O'Trill and Squeegee Mac.
Nick, relax.
Graveyard Shift.
She'll be here. She's here already. All right.
I only didn't bring her on right now because I got to be already. So.
We still got 10 back.
Decree who's creeping up out of the cut. Blood of a demon and gin in my cup. Came with the heat, but I'm keeping it tucked. Speak to the dead when I'm ripping up blood.
Rise forever, block out the rays of the sun. Cut a fuckboy in the fashions and paint my face with their
I'm
blood.
eating vegan with my OG. Break bread with my damn ones only. Got no time for jabronis or fake ass backstabbing homies. Just said I'm jugger lonely, so don't think you'll get to know me.
By the time you think you close, I'll put your ass 6 feet below me, Rolly.
I've been digging these graves for days. 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 I've been digging.
Ain't no digging graves, yeah, dig a ditch. We gon' fit way more bodies in that place. Broke the handle off the shovel, smacking bodies with the stick. I remember when the smell of death would make me sick, but I'm so much better now. C-17 sweating now, silence decorated now. Everything is working now, yeah. And them bodies piling up, digging holes in the moonlight. Then we fill them up.
I've been digging these graves for days. 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 I've been digging.
Anamoya
Are you experiencing Anamoya?
every day.
I got hella Anamoya for 10 bands if I heard it. Oops.
But should we
Showing up on the first
go
page.
straight into the after the movie?
Anamoya.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what was going to happen anyway.
The scrolls?
I'm going to bring Bridget Bites in here, and she's going to talk about this with the rest of our stuff. Have you guys been digging?
I've been digging.
You guys been digging?
I've been digging. Oh shit!
Shout out to everybody who watched that video because on Wednesday we get a brand new. Not this week, is it?
Barrel in
No,
his eye, stick the barrel in his eye.
It's not this Wednesday, is it?
Boom, shut. Huh?
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna bring Bridget in here though because she's chilling in the green room patiently.
He's showing the game room, and Nick Bizarre demanded it. We love Nick Bizarre around here. We love Bridget too.
This season's runner-up of That Shit Trash, That Shit's Fire, coming off of the flu game, we bring to you the Black Widow, Bridget Bites.
Hey, I'm here. Hi. What up?
Good. Got a little rasp going on. You all right?
I'm okay. I'm fine. I've took some medicine. I'm still trying to I'm at the tail end where I'm better and I'm not contagious. Like I'm feeling good, but I just got all of this leftover bullshit I'm dealing with. So I'm all right. It's been rough, but we out here.
Hey, I'm happy you're here joining us tonight for another Strange, Dark, Mysterious plus the Weekly.
You can't see my beard, but cheers.
Yeah, Jiggy's in the green label, so we could pen dab. I'll pen dab to that.
Yeah, I got my baby here, and it's doing me just fine. I might have a little coughing fit. Sorry. I'll mute my mic if I do.
I wish we had a button to do that for ourselves because I'd be coughing a lot on this motherfucker. I got a lot of damage to the lungs.
My man was just dying.
But Bridget, before we had even took that little break, we were talking DCG Con 2. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you really want to talk about any of your time there, but you were there, right?
I was. That was a really, really karmic, weird, interesting weekend for Bridget Bites. But I can tell you my favorite parts. One of my favorite parts was packing the Roxy full of juggalos last minute.
Yeah, bro, it was packed in that bitch for real.
It was so packed. And we were raging so hard. And just to see the Roxy packed like that, because I'd been to so many Roxy shows, you know what I mean? And I'd even been to full Roxy shows, but I had never been to one where it was packed like that. It was way over capacity, and that just made it all the more fresh. And yeah, it was just such a crazy ass weekend, honestly, with everything that went down with acid toes.
Allegedly.
But, well, I mean, we all experienced.
That should happen right in front of me. There's no allegedly about it. Hey, it was funny because we were talking about it not too long ago about how.
Hey man, I was just trying to chill. Connect 4.
Our friend Rachel Rave doesn't really consume. You know what I'm saying? And she found the perfect mix of CBD and THC when we were out there. But then she overdid it. And right as she was telling us, hey, as soon as you guys are done with your game, can you guys please take me back to the hotel? We're like, bet, yeah, all good. So we're finishing our game, and then all of a sudden, right in front of us, this fucking like it would be in a movie, 2 gangs met each other and then just scrapped right in front of us. It was so fucking wild. And after that, yeah, our homie was definitely yeah, I need to go lay down in the hotel room and shit. So
another highlight for me was Illegal won gathering ticket because she won the fucking battleship tournament. That shit was so dope.
Yeah, hell yeah. And our friend Rachel Rave, she just won a bunch of coin in a Big Baby Chips casino or whatever. So she was dope, having a good ass time, floating on some THC, high CBD type shit, not feeling any muscle pains. We were having a good day, and then all of a sudden the takes a turn.
Craft beer. I want to say did somebody have craft beer out there? I want to say I had a craft beer while I was.
I don't know. We sneak out craft beer when we go everywhere. I don't know though.
We were across the street.
Somebody gave me a good ass craft beer while we were there. I remember that.
The Rocky Stadium was it Ludo?
Yeah.
Lodo. And they had a rooftop bar, so we just chilled up there and fucking right before the game. And then
dude, I miss Denver. I gotta go visit soon. It's such a dope city for real. You guys had me all nostalgic.
Yo, Denver from my like I've been wanting to go back ever since then because it was just like it's so different from the Midwest and like being out here. They're like I don't want to say like different planet, but like just the fucking how everything is.
There's a lot of differences.
Rocks and
you definitely get a sense of culture.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Leave like that far away.
Denver was hella dope.
Yeah, I used to go there like every year, at least once a year. I mean, like to do like an LSP show, but then like 1 year Beast, shout out to Beast, much motherfucking love. Some motherfucking homie Beast. He's in that video then too, but he came out there kid with us. But really, Beast had like plugged me up out in Colorado. He had put me on with LSP, but then he introduced me to this dude Mikey who lived in like I don't know what the town is. It's like right outside of Red Rocks or whatever. But it was like him and these dudes from Chicago all bought a crib out there. It was like a dope ass house. I
want to say like Lakewood or Inglewood.
Yeah, it was like Lakewood or something like that. I think it was Lakewood. It was something with the wood in it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He picked us up, took us around and shit. He let us stay at his crib. I was at his crib for the 420 the year that Prince died. So like in the morning, I was out fucking taking bong rips. We went to Red Rocks. We saw Flosstradamus. We went to Hoodie Fest at Red Rocks on 420, and in the morning of fucking 421, I was ripping bongs, and I was hearing fucking mourning doves on the back and shit when I found out that Prince died, bro.
This is what it sounds like.
For real, it was wild as fuck, man. It was a good ass time though. So I've always loved Colorado. I've been out there, like I said, I've been out there so many times. We get baby Colorado, which is Michigan to me. You know what I'm saying?
I want to go back there with a fuck ton of spending money. Like that's
that's the thing.
Next time I visit, I just want to fucking like bring hella cash with me and just go all fucking out.
Even the last time I was out there for Gorefest, and I stayed with Sin Rip and his cousins, I had like a good ass time. Luckily, like the car that I rented, it fell through in the way that it wasn't the car that I rented. I ended up getting a fucking like a Dodge Durango while we were out there. We stayed at a dope ass crib or whatever. Like I don't know. I've just every time that I've been out there, I have been fortunate enough to be able to like ball out or whatever. I went to the fucking cookie store, fucking balled out. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's always been dope as fuck. But I recommend everybody. I've been trying to get Prez Murderous there for 6 years or whatever. But I recommend everybody who definitely dabbles in the nature and cannabis to definitely go to Colorado. But man, we've been talking a lot about Colorado. There's a lot that we do still have to talk about here on the Weekly Wicked Web Show. And before we
I can't.
I wanted to okay, I'm sorry. I don't know.
There you are.
All right. There's a lot that we wanted to talk about here on the Weekly Web Show tonight.
Me?
I'm sorry. There's a lot that we wanted to talk about here on the Weekly Web Show tonight.
Sorry.
My bad. I'm just like pressing all kinds of fucking buttons.
Recent.
All right.
Revelations, you will.
I didn't say those numbers, but I have them written down to say.
No, I got them. They're the same two numbers.
I know. I want to bring our other guest on here, but before we do that, I'm gonna play. Fucking Christ.
Cheese and rice. Lord's name.
You see what was happening there, Perez, when I was trying to do that? All right, before we bring, because, I was talking to our other guest that we have joined the panel earlier, and I said that, the web show runs long all the time, but we ended up having him on here, and it lasts forever. We have a lot to talk about, but I'm looking at these topics that I want to talk about, including 10 bands, the other stuff. I need to have our other special guests in here. So before we bring them on, I want to play this video. Well, not even a video. It's just their latest track. You guys heard it on That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire. This is the latest.
Hi, Ash. What's up, TeamMUJ? Y'all cool too.
Yo, yeah. Hey,
Joey in our chat.
Thanks for being here, Ashel. You know what I'm saying? You got any soup ready? You know what I'm saying? All right, but I'm gonna play this next junta. Kauske, Humble Among, Will Gates, Otherworldly. I feel like it's a great topic for tonight's show too. You know what I'm saying? This Otherworldly junt.
Big Billiam.
I feel like it's a
actual head size on a t-shirt.
for tonight. So shout out to the That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire tournament champion, who will be joining us here next on the Weekly Web Show. Run this motherfucking junta.
Let's go.
From another world, they're just thinking otherworldly. Ain't looking for no other girls. All my thoughts already dirty, feeling like Rick James. Stomping on the couch of Eddie Murphy. Walking on these big brains. Humans already hurt me. From another world, they're just thinking otherworldly. Ain't looking for no other girls. All my thoughts already dirty, feeling like Rick James. Stomping on the couch of Eddie Murphy. Walking on these big brains. Humans already hurt me. I ain't with the kid gangs. Pulling pranks, you're getting swirlies. I've been doing big things, trying to get it hella early. Ever since you switched lanes, you've been acting sorta swirly. Make a lot of mistakes. Went around the other world. They kinda have that air about me. Feeling like how dare you doubt me. Somehow they were scared to tout me. Don't you even care about me? Why would I keep that energy around me? These vibrations that surround me, nobody's finding that astounding. I do that on the regular, they search for better grounding. Up front to the secular, hurts for them to see me clowning. Looking like a specular, reason why their heads are pounding up. The secular, release the blood and they're drowning. Keep it elevated even when their lips are pouting. What you call entertainment's just a bunch of screams and shouting. Might be intimidated inside all that overcrowding. Had to get it integrated, camouflaged, underclouded. Another world, they're just thinking otherworldly. Ain't looking for no other girls. All my thoughts already dirty, feeling like Rick James. Stomping on the couch of Eddie Murphy. Walking on these big brains. Humans already hurt me. I ain't with the kid gangs. Pulling pranks, you're getting swirlies. I've been doing big things, trying to get it hella early. Ever since you switched lanes, you've been acting sorta swirly. Make a lot of mistakes. Went around the other world.
Naughty-headed motherfucker from another planet. They try to ride away, but still they do not understand it. Play with my posse, go for angel mode, I make you vanish. I bet you right out my palm, I'm biting, now you're famished. Pop about that legacy, that bitch moves like a spaceship. Shawty is the passenger, and she can get me faceless. Why the shit she's sitting back and watching while I lane swing. Hear the death up in the speakers, fuck all of that lame shit. Basically, I'm trying to get it how I live, they keep on taking from me, don't wanna see me exist. Staying fake in the scene, do it for clout and some tits, a bunch of fucking hypocrites. Wear it if the shoe fits, bitch.
From another world, they're just thinking otherworldly. Ain't looking for no other girls. All my thoughts already dirty, feeling like Rick James. Stomping on the couch of Eddie Murphy. Walking on these big brains. Humans already hurt me. I ain't with the kid gangs. Pulling pranks, you're getting swirlies. I've been doing big things, trying to get it hella early. Ever since you switched lanes, you've been acting sorta swirly. Make a lot of mistakes. Went around the other world.
The worldly presence when I'm stepping up on the track. Crushing every Mac and speaking on me, love to hear that crack. I'm a man that's undisputed, I already told you twice. I'm a young jug and less, no ready to take your fucking life. Think you a monster, come step in the rain. Look at the set of the here and now. I hate your bitch ass with a tombstone, know you be twitching in front of the crowd. Now how the fuck's it feel to know you never had a chance of me? Underneath my feet you bleeding, now you cannot answer me. I'm the one that won you pop, but still you had to dance with me. Billy got you trampled and your body parts dismantled. You a bitch ass buster, random vultures trying to eat up my culture. Know that we gon' have to scorch ya.
From another world, they're just thinking otherworldly. Ain't looking for no other girls. All my thoughts already dirty, feeling like Rick James. Stomping on the couch of Eddie Murphy. Walking on these big brains. Humans already hurt me. I ain't with the kid gangs. Pulling pranks, you're getting swirlies. I've been doing big things, trying to get it hella early. Ever since you switched
that big head alien on the right,
swirly. Make a lot of mistakes. Went around the other world.
Yeah, I love this. I'm looking
for no other girls. All my thoughts already dirty, feeling like Rick James. Stomping on the couch of Eddie Murphy. These big brains, humans already hurt me. I ain't with the kid gangs. Pulling pranks, you're getting swirlies. I've been doing big things, trying to get it hella early. Ever since you switched lanes, you've been acting sorta swirly. Make a lot of mistakes. Went around the other world.
Oops. Damn, it's gonna fucking start all over to the spot I didn't want it to fucking go to. Damn, I fucking.
That shit is absolutely phenomenal.
Yo, but I shot that track, man. That Rick James shit, man. I was listening. Yeah. I was watching the Dave Chappelle fucking Rick James shit recently too. So
the cover art. Right to the right, there's 3 aliens, right? And there's a real big headed ass alien. That one's Will Gates. I don't know if you guys heard me. The shit, but the big.
Even though I already heard you say it, it almost made me spit my fucking beer out. Great thinking about it, but yeah, that's definitely Will Gates' big ass.
I love the hook on that song so much. I'm gonna start telling people they've been acting kind of squirrely.
Acting squirrely, I swear.
You've
I
been
think
acting kind of squirrely, motherfucker. I don't
Kind of
know.
squirrely,
Yeah,
dog.
acting squirrely, dog.
Yeah, he's getting a little squirrely over there. I love that shit. But I want to have both the runner-up, that shit's trash, that shit's fire, tournament champions on the panel at the same time. You know them. Most of y'all love them. Some of y'all are just some bitches. But here comes the alienated. The final boss. The final boss.
That don't love me though.
The ones who don't love you are the ones who are definitely watching your show the most. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
You know?
yeah, it's on some Howard
I
Stern
love
shit.
you.
The haters
And I'm
watch
gonna
the
jump
most.
in whenever I can, but those motherfuckers who hate you are catching every episode, all fucking the whole episode. You know what I'm saying? And they're the ones that transcribe your episodes for you, brother.
One of the freshest moments recently is a couple of haters got caught in the chat because they be giving away so many fucking memberships to the alienated. So I saw a couple of hater names come up as people who got gifted alienated memberships. So that shit was really,
in the chat,
really funny.
Doing their homework on fucking halves, you know what I'm saying? But
That
hey,
shit's
man,
fresh.
I got both y'all here right now. Look, I know that either way, like, you know, how this goes. I mean, you guys being part of this shit do so much for us. So thank you so much for everything you did in this competition. I know Humble, you got to come in really late and fucking sweep the table, but Bridget and Humble, both of you, like, you guys just fucking really put on for the Juggalos, and I appreciate the fuck out of both of y'all for that shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
And I know you're holding the other one right there, Humble.
I'll hold this one
it'll
for you.
soon be two.
Fucking
you know what I'm saying?
dog, you got
This one's actually this
yeah,
one's
that's
taller
not-
than two. So I don't know if you have them on a shelf and there's not enough room. This one is definitely taller. You know, we spared the extra couple of inches on it and got a microphone on top. You know what I'm saying? So,
hell yeah.
But yeah, shit, you got two to the championship, man, and dropped a lot of
Jug awards and shit, dog. Like those are the like only awards I've ever won. Is like these two trophies and these Jug awards right there. That's the only shit I've ever won. And I had to print out labels for my Jug awards, so thank you.
Yeah,
for,
right.
But hey, well deserved though, brother. Like,
yeah, for real.
Like we said during the tournament, man, like Bridget was killing it, but my only thing that was going against Bridget was that you and Cheese got to sit back and watch. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys got
I
you guys got
clearly
the
called
games,
it.
like-
I remember saying that Humble's got a lot more tracks than me, a lot more experience than me, and I said we don't know what kind of new tracks he's got in the chamber either. And what the fuck happened? I knew that shit was coming. I
Well,
knew
that's
it.
what I said though. Like
Women's intuition.
I'm gonna have to sit back, like the final boss, like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And just watch everything happen. It's like okay,
And
okay.
And
see
that's
who's
why I
coming
keep
up.
saying, to me, Bridget really did win, because not only did she have to win the entire tournament, she then had to beat Cheese and then had to beat me on top of that. So to me, she already won just by winning the tournament. You know what I mean?
I literally feel that 100%. Like this was such a battle that like
Dude,
when it did come down to that, like it was almost like kind of given that Humble would come through and sweep it up, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like
you never
Bridget made it that far where there was 20 people that started and then she continued on. So I mean it's like it was awesome to see it all play out, you know, all the way
It was super close though. I mean, it was like even
No, it was
last
only
year-
it was
even
only
last
numbers.
year with Cheese, it was like one vote or something.
Yeah.
Some
It
crazy
was
shit.
so close.
Well, I
Every
got the
single
notebook.
round.
Yeah.
It was stressful.
Yeah,
in a good way.
In Ohio, we were talking though, and it was just something to talk about, and it was fresh to think that, man, Humble Among could walk away with this with 2 Trash Fire trophies. You know, I think that's really fresh. You know,
I seen a ad come across Instagram. It was like chains, but it had like a belt style.
Yeah,
like the plate of a championship belt. I think next year, if it's not too crazy expensive, we start handing out the.
That's gonna be the
and then we'll send it to the champ. They send it back. maybe there's somewhere we can get a plate on the back, like an engraved, and then do years. You know what I'm saying? I think it'd be dope.
Yeah, it'd be
or like a belt or something. I don't know. Something tight, dog. Like
we'll change it up for sure. Shout out to Happy got us a gathering ticket last night.
Oh yeah, shout out.
I think belt will put in with the theme for next year then too. So maybe we'll do belts or whatever.
Yeah, you can get a belt, I think, for a decent price.
We get a belt and then have spots where we can still fucking put names into it or whatever would be gas, you know. But
we're gonna start putting a plaque so we can just hang it right here in the middle and just fucking engrave every year everybody's name, who wins.
Yeah,
that otherworldly track is really fresh, man.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah,
I fuck with it.
Yeah, straight up. The homie Kowski kills it, and fucking Big Head Will on that shit was really good though too. But yeah, that's a fresh track, man. It was one of the many fresh tracks that we got this weekend. So we also got Will Gates and Bridget Bites. Bridget, talk a little bit about that track. You know what I'm saying, and maybe you guys should have played that during Trash Fire. You know.
So it wasn't done yet. I don't know if that was done yet. Maybe it was.
She goes, what had happened was.
Oh, do you guys like it? Literally nobody. I've only gotten feedback on Twitter. Not one person has let me know if they like it. So
I like
it. Look. I definitely like it. The problem is that y'all like so much music dropped this weekend, but also went against 10 bands, and 10 bands went against Almighty So that dropped. You know what I'm saying? I think those are in the same realm of each other. You know what I'm saying? So if Chief Keef drops an album the same weekend that fucking y'all drop singles and 10 bands drop, man, my fucking attention was overly shot. You know what I'm saying? So luckily I had heard
I'm stoked. Honestly, that was not meant to be any type of way. I swear. I just was saying I hope y'all are feeling it, and it's very special to me. It kind of just came together really naturally, and I'm stoked about it. When Will Gates was here in January, we had kind of talked about how I hadn't really opened up or gone in my feels at all on any music, and I wasn't sure if I was ready to do that or if I was going to be doing it anytime soon. I feel like that little shit took it as a challenge, because he's like, I'm going to send her the fucking most heartfelt song ever. And honestly, it worked. So I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It got me in my feels.
It was dope.
Definitely
I liked
check
it.
out. And
how about that SZA song? Did y'all hear that SZA song?
I loved it. Oh
that shit's fresh as hell too.
It's so fresh, yeah,
bro.
Again, Jiggy and I were talking earlier in the week. We only have Spotify now to pre-save the homies. So 100%, I pre-saved every one of your guys' tracks.
Appreciate you.
And that's always why all my favorite podcasts have left Spotify now. They were able to get back out of their contracts and go back onto Apple Music or whatever. So last podcast on the left and Joe Rogan are back on Apple Music. So I don't even touch Spotify really for anything anymore, except for if it's a pre-save. I'll pre-save your guys' stuff and play your guys' stuff for sure. You know what I'm saying? Just so it'll count into the algorithm. We try to battle the algorithm together, because that's what we got to do. You know what I'm saying? And at the very least, I feel like the least I could do is pre-save your guys' stuff and listen to your tracks. You know what I'm saying? Or play your tracks here or share your tracks. And I try to do that for everybody. It's hard, especially this weekend was a hard one to have 10 bands drop.
Yeah.
And then, Humble Among to drop a track with the homies, Bridget Bites and Will Gates to drop a track, Big Sizz to drop a track. And then on the other level, like I said, Sosa fucking Chief Keef dropped a fucking an album, a long-awaited banger. You know what I'm saying? So it's just Saturday to be able to consume all of that is hard. You know what I'm saying?
He's supposed to be coming back to Chicago, so we'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear the new Ski Mask Slim God song?
No.
That shit's fire. That shit's on some new metal shit. I really fuck with that one.
So a lot of music has dropped, and it's just Saturday, so it's been hard to consume everything that's dropped so far. We always try to listen to the homies, definitely pre-save the homies or whatever, and fucking make sure you guys do that. If you guys are watching this right now, the easiest way to support your artist is shit like that. It helps beat the algorithm when they get so many pre-saves. It shows up in different spots or whatever. So if you got no money to buy stuff or whatever, sharing's always free, pre-saving's always free. and it
Mikey
does
did
help. You know
drop
what I'm saying? So Mikey
that-
dropped, yeah, two
that
shit.
Three
Mikey
Lords.
dropped the
Where
fucking
is
Three
Three
Lords, you know.
with Fro and Resin?
Like I said, so much has dropped. That's in the same music that we want to play tonight. So much shit has dropped, and they'll continue dropping.
Hey.
But that's what's fresh is about what's going on right
You
now.
know, what's super dope too? I seen Sis. I can't remember if it was like Instagram or Twitter or it's a story or something, but like where he's at on his res or whatever. Like he said he was driving around and he seen some kids shooting hoops and shit, whatever, playing basketball. And one kid marked out like, "Yo, Big Sis!"
Oh shit!
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like to me, that's dope,
cool
dog.
as
Like
fuck,
because he says that he's like I try to keep a low profile around where I'm from.
Yeah.
He's like, but nonetheless, it was fresh. You know what I'm saying?
for
Like
sure,
that's
dog.
got to be hella dope. You know what I'm saying? To someone just like, oh shit, it's Big Sis. You know what I'm saying? Like that's fucking fire, bro. Like,
that's cool as fuck.
so shout out Big Sis. Yeah, Juggalo Chronics, banger, man.
Yeah, we're gonna play Juggalo Chronic tonight too, brother, for sure. You know?
We got hella shit, man. Like
Yeah,
I
the
said,
shit's in the
we'll
back.
play the
That's why I was
preview.
saying, like, because we have such a big show, there's a lot that we want to talk about. So I'm trying to get into it. I know I wanted to cover a lot of it quick, but I got Humble Among on here too, man. And I know that you've been talking about the Danny Brown show with Slice EP that was supposed to drop.
That finally dropped.
Finally dropped.
I was wondering what happened with that because it seemed to me that there were episodes that were recorded well after that he was dropping.
Yeah.
So I was wondering where the fuck that shit went. So I
and like
reached
there's
out.
nothing in it that really coincides with like
He's
dropping
in
it
it now.
now. You know what I'm saying? There was really no
he
reason
must have held it on for some reason. Just he wanted to, I don't know, maybe have one in the chamber in case there's a week where he's not gonna.
They knew it would pop off, so maybe it's going to be a time where he doesn't have anyone coming up and wanted to have one that was going to pop off or whatever.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
What'd you think about this time them getting together?
Oh, it was cool. There's a lot of really obscure Detroit shit.
Yeah, that's what I like about them getting together is that like they're from the same area and different generations, and they're able to talk about things from the different generations, but also the things that have stayed the same in those generations. Like the people that are like staples of like Detroit or whatever, or Flint or
even
surrounding
like-
areas that you wouldn't really know about or whatever.
like like Danny Brown being younger.
Yeah.
Seeing the same shit as a kid that they seen
While
as
they were
teenagers.
older, yeah,
like
yeah.
the commercials or whatever. He's like, oh yeah, I remember on the radio they played, so and so's fucking commercial for Barton Electronics or what, you know what I'm saying, like Barton Cable and shit, whatever the fuck it was. But like just talking about shit like that, which is why another reason I'm excited for tonight, and hopefully so and so pulls through, but because there's a lot of shit that happened in our
type of stories,
our day that our special guests can be saying about shit that happened
That
in
we
their
haven't
time
heard or whatever,
in the same
in
area.
the same area,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it is kind of dope.
Humble then too on that show, they did talk about like the sobriety and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I know that's something that you and Danny Brown have like in common or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like,
I'm a big Danny Brown mark. Like I fuck with Danny Brown heavy, dude. Like he blew my wig back when he first dropped XXX. Like that was like revolutionary for me. So like I got a chance to meet Danny at the gathering. He was just kind of riding around like streaming, so that marked me out. And then what happened that day, so I was basically a year sober at that gathering, and in what 2021 2021 and if y'all don't know, he was fucked up on stage and was apparently not feeling the reaction of the Juggalos, and he threw the mic into the crowd and apparently hit someone in the chest is I think the word that got around at the time. But anyway, he had apologized to ICP for that on the show. He had long ago apologized to Shaggy, like I think the night of, like he got off stage, went right to Shaggy and said, dude, I fucked up, I'm sorry. But he hadn't got a chance to apologize to Jay yet, so he got a chance to do that on that episode. That was cool to see. I hope Danny gets a chance to come back and do a redemption, but I don't know if a lot of Juggalos really fuck with him like that. I don't know if they would like
I honestly don't think that he could do main stage again. I think they would have to he would have to play at night somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, I don't think that maybe even in his sobriety anymore, he would even want to go to the gathering because he knows.
Yeah, maybe not. Because I think that was part of the problem is he was just riding around and taking whatever anyone was giving him. So he could have taken some crazy shit.
Yeah, and it was dope that like how Jay wrote
like Jay said,
we understand, man.
Bro, it's the gathering. They love you either way. It's not gonna matter.
Yeah, I didn't start hating Danny Brown after that or whatever. I just understood and honestly, look, I'm like a story that I don't know if we were told. That night, I accidentally ate. That was the day I ate the mushrooms or whatever. I was like having a moment of clarity where I was able to like tell my homies, "Hey, bro, I'm fucked up, but I'm good. Everything's gonna be cool or whatever." And then Danny Brown was like, "Man, Juggalo's gone mainstream," and like threw this shit. And I was like, "Was he mad that I was talking? I'm sorry. Like I just finally had a moment to tell my homies how I was feeling. I apologize, Danny Brown. I really loved your set. I just wasn't paying attention for these 5 minutes because it's the first 5 minutes that I could put a sentence together. I'm sorry, you know."
And you know what's wild about that? Like I could feel something. I've seen Danny live like a handful of times before, and I could feel something was off about that set.
Doug, earlier that night, like an hour or 2 hours or so, maybe before that, maybe even longer, we saw him trying to get back behind those gates to go backstage, and security stopped him and wouldn't let him go through, and he didn't have his pass or whatever on him at the time, and they were like harassing him, and we're like, "Yo, it's Danny fucking Brown. It's Danny Brown, you know, let him fucking in, you know what I'm saying? He's in the book right now, you know, let us have I'm just doing my job, blah, 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 blah." And then someone had to like come out and to get him to go backstage or whatever. So like, you know, even in that, he was probably, you know, that might have fucking even triggered some anxiety and shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like already
he admitted later on his podcast, because I was sending questions to his podcast. He actually like responded to the one of the first times he apologized on his podcast about this was a question I asked about it. So that was really fresh. But another question I asked him on the podcast was about the gathering situation. It got brought up again, and he said that he would just do that at festivals, like because he understood that if he acted like the crowd was the problem and he wasn't feeling the crowd, he could collect the bag and just leave. So he admitted that it was something he would do. Like the gathering's not the first time he's done it. Basically, he did it overseas a couple of times and shit. So it's like something he did in his fucked upness, like just to collect the bag, which it is what it is. He's sober now. He knows, he's honest and accountable about it.
Yeah, at least he's fucking accountable for it. He's made his amends. Like I said, you know, I'd love to see him back at the gathering, but I would understand.
I would fucking love it.
Not pulling him back up at the gathering unless, you know, he stayed backstage the whole time or whatever, because the gathering can be the motherfucking gathering. I don't think Juggalos hold it against him or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I do think that for sure it's like, you know, it's definitely a rough place to go when you're trying to be sober like that, and you know in the past what you've done there. You know what I'm saying? I think that might.
Well, the thing too is like, it's not going to be all Juggalos forgiving. You know what I'm saying? Like,
because some Juggalos are fucking assholes too. So
there's those that hold that grudge, and they're like,
well, there's also the blood in the water. You know, like he reacted to the crowd not reacting. So like that in itself is like showing a sign of weakness. And so some people are going to jump on that and try to make that a bigger thing. That's just the way it is. That's the way I see it, at least.
For sure. And then on top of that, you know, after last weekend, we got to be like really just like high off the Juggalo flavor. We had JCW Lunacy. We got to do Trash Fire and JuggTalk here the following night. But then, as a treat to Juggalos worldwide, we had the Dead Bug Meets the Duke documentary drop on YouTube. I don't know if you all got to see that shit. If you guys got to see it in the chat, sound off. You know what I'm saying?
I know Humble's seen it.
Prez hasn't seen it yet. We're like showing him some of the clips that are on it. I cannot sit here and lie and tell you that like every minute of that motherfucker, I had a tear coming down my eye, down my cheek while watching it. It wasn't just because I got to see so much of my fucking friends or family in the video or whatever. It wasn't because I just got to see this dope ass concert footage that I was with. That was that. Yeah. But there was some straight up deep emotional shit that happens in this. I saw people talk online. They're like, oh, you know, there wasn't much in there that we didn't know. I don't think it was really about us, to begin with. You know what I'm saying? I think this was more of like to show people who we really are. But for me, and we talked about it, Jiggy, there was shit in there that definitely moved the fuck out of me. Yeah. Even though I've seen them talk about everything, we've seen them do everything or whatever, seeing it every time, especially when it's done well, still fucking moves me or whatever. But then seeing parts of Violent J and hearing him say things, even if he said some of them in different renditions before, hearing him say it on this was, I don't know, man, it was fucking moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was really good. Bridget, did you get a chance to see that?
No, I didn't get a chance to watch it. My homegirl, Illegal, gave me the rundown, but I want to give it the proper time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you need to give it the proper time, 100%. That's what I was telling Prez. Like, I'm going to show you just some things of to why I feel like you need to see it. But if you have not seen it, you need to. It's about 45 minutes. Enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Thoroughly watch it. You know. But yeah, I understand. Humble, you did get to see it. Let me know some of your thoughts on it. You know what I'm saying?
I loved it. I'm a big fan of Deadbug. I remember when
Jay
Jay first,
crazy.
Jay actually put us on Deadbug, or put me on Deadbug. I went and looked him up after Jay shouted him out that one time, and I was like, oh, this guy's fire. He does all this weird crime shit. Some of his
that weird true crime shit. I mean, like, for real, the shit that he says in there. Like, I first watched his Albert Fish shit. Was one of the first videos that I saw from him, and that shit was fucking rough, bro.
He's really good with the crime, but some of his politics, you can tell he leans a little bit. I don't know. Some of his politics are a little iffy, but that's a whole other thing. He killed this documentary though, and I think one of the reasons he killed it is he's like slightly an outsider, so he's coming in with a completely different perspective. And dude did some good research. It felt a little like Wikipedia research at first, but then like you can tell, oh, he went a little bit deeper with some of this shit because
and I think he was really real about a lot of it too. Like even to when like the meet and greet part, he didn't hold back on what he thought about
meet and greet. You know That's my favorite shit is that meet and greet part because Bobby, like you said, there's a part in there where he says, you know, what am I like? He's basically saying stuff he said before. The part where he's saying, what do I say to someone who like says like I saved their life? You know what? I don't know what to say to that. I've been doing this for 33 years. I still don't know what to say to that.
He said, I have a 9th grade education. Like, what do I say when somebody says I saved their life or I
look on his face when he says that?
Bro, that's some crazy shit. The chills because Jiggy was just saying she was like, you see it in his eyes. Like you feel it for sure. When he's saying that shit, you could see it in his fucking eyes for sure.
Prez, like we're saying, Prez hasn't seen it yet. And we were just talking about it. We showed Prez that clip. And I was like, and when Bobby like stopped it on the pause, like just to like, yo, bro, you gotta see the rest of it. But like when he paused it, it was like Jay staring into the camera when he paused it. And like you can, like I was told, we were talking about, like you can see in his fucking eyes, like how deep he feels about that shit. And like, and he's not like super, you know what I'm saying, like this mainstream person, but like these people, us juggalos, come to him like, yo, man, hey, your music saved your life. You did this shit. Like, but what do you say today? You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you be like, oh man, like, thanks, you know what I'm saying? Like, thanks ain't enough, you know, but
and like, you know, humbly, like, you know, he's talked about it before, you know what I'm saying? People coming up to him and, you know, my child just died, or my husband's spending life in prison and this and that, and you're like, what do you say? You know what I'm saying? Here, like, we could, like, you know, like, and to do it all these years, it doesn't get any easier or whatever. But then it shows how they're still not dismissive of these juggalos who do come with that shit and have like a really good meet and greet session. You know what I'm saying? Like where it did feel like there was like a real connection and there was shit, and they got it down to a science and shit now the way they do it or whatever. But like, I don't know, like if you're a juggalo, watch this shit, because why wouldn't you consume some good ass juggalo culture or content? But at the same, if you're not, or you know somebody who like, you kind of want to just give them like, I feel like, dog, I've watched like anything that covers ICP over the last however many years. This shit right here really did a good ass job. Prez was like, oh, it's like those, dog, it's almost better than the fucking Family Underground type shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like you know, like a lot of the Juggalo documentaries that like they like have come in there, they're like, I don't know, they have an agenda in their own, and I feel like it goes against like what should be the agenda. Deadbug says I feel like his agenda was mixed and different throughout it, and he still killed it. You know what I'm saying? Like he came in there like Humble says, this dude might have some different political views that definitely don't fuck with me, and he might have came into it judgmental. Some of the things that you hear him say in this, you might hear him say it, and you might think that he's like joking in the way that he's saying it or whatever, but he might have really had that thought before he came in there. You know, someone definitely told him that juggalos don't have good hygiene, or he wouldn't have brought it up when he was talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
About how shocked that he was that it was. So I do think that like when you watch this, you look at it as someone who, like, a lot of people go into this shit, you know, Rolling Stone goes into it and covers The Gathering, Vice goes into it and covers The Gathering or whatever. But this is another person who I feel like, you know, has a following, has went into this and like went into it with what you know on the mainstream level, and then got to see what it really is. And if like you know, Fago Warrior was saying in there, he had tears in his eyes, man. Like I've watched shit and cringed, you know, before, you know what I'm saying? I've watched shit that was like, fuck, you know, like this, I watched this and I was like, damn, you know, this dude did it. I don't know if so, I am assuming nobody laid the blueprint for this guy, because that's why Violent J loves this fucking dude, because he puts on, you know, he's got balls, like Violent J said, you know what I'm saying? And he went into what is a huge Juggalo event and captured some shit. You know, we saw Lunacy last weekend. If I would have saw that documentary before even going into Lunacy, I might have even had more respect for the event that we were getting ready to see that night. Like to see, like that night, we had already felt the vibe last weekend. We felt this vibe from Violent J that is so fucking dope. Yeah. But to see them doing wrestling like this again, and then seeing how they were, how Jay was coordinating it in the Deadbug Says shit. That's just dope as fuck, man. JCW's hot again. JCW's coming back, motherfuckers. JCW is it again. You know what I'm saying? Violent J's got the connections. They're fucking pulling it, you know? Yeah, it's incredible. It's going down. Shit. And when you see it even in that documentary, you see that, like, you know, this is where it all started. You know what I'm saying? This is
that was another, if you will say, you know what I'm saying, like a tear-jerk moment, because you see how invested he is into this shit. It's not just like, okay, hey, we're going to put this out and hopefully everybody likes it. Like, no, I'm involved in this shit, man. Like, I'm deep into this fucking wrestling shit. Like, I love this since I was a fucking kid, and I'm fucking 50-some years old. I love it now, and like Bobby said, man,
he's back there with the wrestlers like he was a kid, bro. Fucking, like, yo, we're gonna do this, you know, we're gonna do this, you know.
He's like, hit him with this move, hit him with this, and then we're gonna do, you know, like just seeing him involved in it. And like Bobby said, man, if we would have seen that before that, not that we didn't have a respect for it already, but like, man, the shit that he's involved, the Duke is involved with, man, like, and heartfelt involved with, not just like, yeah, okay, it's some money grab.
Yeah,
this motherfucker loves wrestling.
Real shit, man.
Like he loves his music, like you know what I'm saying. And it's just man, it was so fucking fire watching.
I really think what it was him going out and working for NWA and like GCW.
Yeah, I think the NWA shit definitely plugged him up, because he's got all these people, you know, like
I think that
Ruffo just posted on his personal account that it's been a year since he's wrestled as his old gimmick.
Yeah.
It's been a year since he laced up wrestling boots, is what he said. And it's been a year now since Ruffo the Clown has laced up the clown shoes full time. He said in that time, he's traveled more, he's made more money, and most importantly, he's had more fun. And thinking about that, I mean, they're in NWA killing it or whatever, but they got the Duke as their commissioner, you know, and then they're coming to JCW. And I love those guys. I've been talking about those guys heavily since Violent J's birthday. We're going on like fucking 2 years now. To see those guys and fucking Vampiro and shit in the same ring, such a cool gimmick. Man, like, Willie Mack, dog. I was watching Willie Mack on motherfucking Lucha Libre on fucking Netflix, and now he's the JCW champion, you know? Like, how fresh is what we're having right now? You know, Lunacy, we got to see it last week. Lunacy is about to be a TV show. We watched fucking 4 episodes get filmed, and they filmed the stuff at Juggalo Day before that. So there's going to be, like, so much freshness that we get to get, you know, like, I don't know, like, seeing that shit and watching that Dead Bug Says, like, I just put the link in there. You guys watch that shit. The link will be in the description after the shit. But watch Dead Bug Says. Watch this shit, man. And when this Lunacy shit drops, if you're a fucking a Juggalo wrestling fan, fucking, you're gonna really love what they put into work on that Lunacy shit. We watched that last week. Coming back like on a week to actually reminisce and think about it throughout the week, it was mad fresh. And shout out to the motherfuckers out there.
In that Dead Bug Says documentary, you can see that they're filming the JCW
the
stuff.
in that back room looking at the footage of what they're doing or whatever. And they had already said that. So there's 2 nights there that they filmed stuff. And then at Lunacy, they shot 4 episodes. It was dope how they set up. I know we talked a little bit about it last week during Trash Fire, but what they would Jay would come out, he would set some stuff up, and there would be some matches, and the whole stories developed throughout these 4 episodes. They would come out and be like, all right, hey, that's the end of episode 1. We're getting ready for episode 2. And then episode 2 would start up. You know what I'm saying? And then they would we watched full stories develop. We watched a month worth of fucking Monday Night Raws in one night, at Lunacy. So it's mad fresh. When that shit drops, even though we saw it that way, I can't wait to see it how it was filmed. All the backstage shit, all the drama that happened. I really am excited for it.
Right.
I saw them post about it, saying that it was a big success, and I hope that it continues to be a big success. As long as they keep doing shit like that,
more shows, a little more locally. I guess. I mean, Columbus wasn't.
I don't want to go to Columbus. I don't want to go to Ohio until the gathering. You know what I'm saying?
But
I'm done going to Ohio.
Chicago, Indiana, Michigan. Some of this.
Yeah, Michigan.
Closer would just be fire. You know what I'm saying?
Would be nice. Yeah.
Did they say where they're putting the show up? Is it a YouTube thing?
I think it's gonna be Fight TV. Yeah, it's gonna be Fight TV.
FITE.
Yeah.
TV. I don't know when it's coming out. But
they said they're gonna have details soon. Today, in fact, they posted on social media. I don't know if they posted on Instagram, but I saw it on Twitter for sure. That said that
needs all
the broadcasting soon. It's gonna happen real soon.
Really interesting, because then they can maybe work to the point where they do a live pay-per-view. If they have TV set up, that's the model. You know, you do the TV to build to the pape.
Yeah, maybe a couple.
I don't mind live. I'm all about watching it later after it gets recorded and production gets into it. So I'm really so what we saw that night, like I said, it was full 4 episodes and dope stories happened. But I imagine they shot a bunch of cool backstage shit. You know, the fucking interviews talking about what happened those nights, because a lot of teams turned on each other in the 4 episodes that we watched.
Don't be giving it all away.
Yeah, I don't want to give it all away or whatever. But it was gas. When it comes out, watch it, and we'll talk about it. I'm sure Humble will too, for sure.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna check it out for sure.
Hell yeah, Jiggy Fresh, man. We've been talking, and during that trip to Ohio last week, we realized that during Anamoya, and we had missed something.
A little something.
We didn't miss it. We just were fucking not on the ball.
We weren't on the ball.
Talk about it a little bit. Prez, get ready because you're gonna need to put some numbers in this banner. I'm gonna take a piss real quick while Jiggy gets you guys hooked up onto this shit.
If that past weekend you guys were sleeping or not paying as much attention as we were, there's 2 numbers. You guys, most of you already have them. The Anamoya number. I will hold on. Let me get that up real quick. I'm slacking over. You have the 702-204-3066, right? And then you have, the detritus number that was used a lot during the scroll keeping era. 702-845-1505. If you haven't revisited those numbers yet, there's new information on those numbers regarding Dark Planet. So there's a couple numbers. You listen to the spiel. You know what I'm saying? You listen to what's going on, the Dark Planet Time Space Research Corporation, right? And at the very end of these messages, there's a few numbers. You know, they rattle off a few numbers. Take those numbers, put them into their respective letters, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a little bit of hidden shit that you might find out later. So
the hidden shit's cool as fuck.
We did that. BobeBlaze hit me up, and he was like, "Yo," because I've been meaning to. We were talking about it. I was like, "Yo, there's reverse talk at the end of Anamoya." I haven't went to it yet, but you go back to it, and it's the
Scroll talk pre-break. You know?
Yeah, it's the.
I'm just a squire, baby. I ain't a paladin, so I don't have to be there for all the scroll talk. You know,
it's the 845 number, right? So you go there, and they give you this whole little. Hey, welcome to the Dark Planet Time Space Research.
No, that's the second number then.
Both of them.
The first number, I think, as long as you guys have the number for the first number.
204-306.
Yeah, that's the first number.
That's the first number.
Call that number. Everything else will be taken care of after that.
Number.
The
second number. What's the second number?
Don't even put the second number up anymore.
No, the second number.
If they got it before, they got it before. But don't even put the first number. If you have the first number, you'll have the second number, and it's
yeah. Call the Anamoya number, right? Get acquainted with that shit. Code break that shit. Me and Bobby were texting each other back and forth because he put me on. I was like, "Yo, bro." I was like, "What numbers?" And he told me, I was like, "Bro, that's the Anamoya and the fucking detritus number." He was like,
and I said, "No, my master paladin, call those numbers again."
He's like, "There's new shit on there, and it's Dark Planet shit." So I was like, "Okay." So I went back on there and I was like, "Fuck." Bro got the notebook, bro got the tablet, started deciphering my shit. So there's some hidden shit or some updating shit.
The latest speculation would be that on Wednesday,
on his Boom Shaka
5
premiere,
days from now, the Boom Shaka premiere should maybe
finish the puzzle.
So if you are not, set your notifications now to the Ouija Mac channel for the Boom Shaka video.
Yeah,
make sure you're there right now.
Leading into that is we believe is going to be the missing piece that we need. So we deciphered the first part of it, and there is some hex code. There's some hexadecimal codes that you need to fucking decipher that tells you. Should I tell them what it tells you? Or should I let them do it themselves?
No, we're just here to provide the basic information.
Do the homework, and then if you have a question,
rewards.
We don't want to give away the spoilers because once you call the first number, you're gonna get some really cool shit.
Yeah. So
I mean, obviously, we already gave away the other number, and we're telling you that there's a number. In that other number, you get some more cool shit. But in both those calls, you know how it goes, man. There's puzzles in both those calls.
Yeah. The Skullkeeper shit. Yeah. You motherfuckers thought that ended at the Detritus? No, man. We going deeper. We diving deep.
What's really fresh is that also
deep.
Since our last weekly web show, we got a reminder of how Ouija Mac is schooled in the Dark Carnival. Because throughout that time, we also got a hint at something new from ICP. We've had speculation over the last several months. The video, fucking for whatever reason,
Yeah, they deleted all the videos for some reason.
Huh. So we got some.
Do your homework.
We got some, details dropped. Do you think? We'll get more information on that before or at the gathering?
At the gathering, there's something that's got to drop. They're dropping something. You would imagine it's at least an image, something. Yeah. You imagine that they would have to.
Yeah, that's what we've been kicking around. Is it going to be the image? Is it going to be the reveal at the gathering, or is it going to drop at the?
I hope like an old school where they break the whole fucker down.
EC, call the numbers, dog. If you're lost, call the numbers. You will be found. And again, I am down to help anybody who's wants to be involved. Anybody who's been on this Skullkeeper journey.
But like you saying, and I was telling him to remind him now, he won't give you the answer.
I will not give you the answer.
Way,
I will guide you to the way you got to go, but you will not get the cheat codes. I won't give you the up, down, left, right, A start, type B. But I will help. I will help you as much as I can. As much as people helped me, I didn't do this shit by myself. So let's get that clear too. Like, there's people along the way to help me, but I won't give you the answers. I never wanted the answers. I don't want the answers. I want to help. Give me a path to go, and I'll figure it out. Type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, I hope that you guys do that shit.
Yeah, it's
call the fucking number.
Yeah, call the number.
They're gonna give you. Listen, at the very end, I'll give you this hint. They're gonna give you numbers, right?
Have your fucking pen and pencil.
Have your
pen or pencil ready.
Write those numbers down. Correspond them with the alphabet.
Yeah,
and then figure it out from there. All right.
Yeah, there's. So not only is the first call going to give you another phone number, but there's also a code at the end that you're going to need to write down. And then, that's as much as we're going to give you from here.
Have a pen and paper,
right.
Pencil and paper, pencil and a receipt, whatever the fuck you got handy. Write it on.
Something you can write on.
Something you can write on, but pay attention to the numbers at the very end and go from there.
Don't pretend and use being high as an excuse, easy juggalo. We understand because it is. Jiggy stayed up all night decoding this shit. It's written on paperwork over here. It looked like some fucking beautiful mind shit. He's just got shit scribbled all over the fucking paper.
You just see my walls right here. All right?
He's writing it all over. It's ridiculous.
Hieroglyphics written on that shit right now. No, but for real, like Bobby hit me up and I was like, yo, bro, that's the detritus animal. He's like, no, bro, call them again. And I was like, all right. I was at work and I was like, I listened to him. Then I was like, I texted him back like, I'm on it when I get home, dog. And then me and him were texting back and forth for that night. Dude, I literally fell asleep. Listen. With this notebook, y'all can't see it and everything. But with this notebook and y'all can't even see the green paper anyway. So fuck y'all.
No, hey, Golden Main, I'm gonna tell you right now. So the first two parts are easy. Writing down the code is easy too, but there's definitely something missing. If y'all figure out what is missing, make sure we
Frankie,
set you up and you guys give us what's missing. Then.
I do want to reiterate on Frankie's comment right here. The first part
is easy.
It's easier than you think. Yeah. Don't overthink it. I'll tell you that much. That's it. That's all I'm telling you. I gotta go pee. That's all I'm telling you.
Hell yeah. I think it's fresh that like we're seeing this the decoding, the scrolls happening, and ICP are also reminding you, hey man, this is where the lore started. This is where the lore is at. And having to decode everything that was in the ICP message was crazy. Having to translate that from so many different languages and text was insane. Bridget and Humble, I know that you all have both saw this or whatever. We've talked about the speculation of it dropping at the gathering. With this now being the 6th, Humble, we've talked about it before, what we would want for the 6th. You think for sure, maybe we'll get it this year, or what are you thinking?
Oh man. I don't know about this year. I'm thinking next year probably. Because they're talking about touring. So if Shaggy and Jay are to be believed with the schedule that they're laying out for this farewell tour, that shit's gonna happen towards the end of the year into next year and shit. So I'm thinking maybe while they're touring, they record some on the road. Who knows?
During the podcast runs, though, I feel like they were saying that something was going to happen like in like June. I felt like they had mentioned some.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy if it was that soon. Yeah.
I mean, but maybe even just this reveal, maybe there'll be a further reveal in June or something. I was kicking around that something would drop at the gathering just because the gathering does end on a 17th. You know what I'm saying?
I seen a kitty walker.
Yeah, I seen a kitty tail hit the screen. But that was always why I was kicking that around. Was that
I think with it? I was talking to Saul a little bit about this at work. Yeah, who? But I think they'll reveal it at the gathering, and then maybe we'll get it by this year.
Yeah,
maybe like fucking like Wicked-ish, you know what I'm saying? Around that time.
Because maybe they've been working on it this whole time and just being super quiet about it.
Yeah, definitely.
I think something's gonna happen, man. But like,
Violent J's been less active, so I think maybe he's cooking and Shaggy's filling in when he's off the road and in between when he's on the road. And they were just in Florida the other night. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't there a couple years, or maybe just one, where I feel like they sort of leaked something with the gathering amulet. You know, like the gathering amulet was like a certain like thing, and that was like the next thing that was about to drop. Or am I tripping?
Yeah. No, you might be
That's
right.
definitely
And I
right.
just don't
think
know.
you are right about that.
You know, maybe it'll be something like that. Who knows?
Yeah.
I seriously think with everything that's been dropping and like Bobby was saying, I know I want to repeat break, you know what I'm saying, but like the scroll keeper shit and then the nothing or the not, whatever you want to call it, the translation shit with that, like it dropped a whole bunch of different shit, and you would think like each little screenshot was like one word, but it's a whole sentence. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a whole sentence. Each little fucking flash was something different.
Yeah, I really love it too, man.
And
it was some deep shit to be written out like that too.
like my first thought reading it was like, okay, all this is one word. All this is one word, but it's not. It's all of this is one sentence leading into the end of this fucking puzzle. And being on my scroll keeper shit, it kind of fucking, you know, makes you think like, damn, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
I sat down and started translating that shit as soon as I saw it because
Yeah.
I was like, I know that
did too.
this is some shit right here.
screenshotted it. I did the fucking Apple where you can fucking, you know, highlight the words and then send it, you know, see translation, and that way as much as I could. And I was off, and I seen other people like clean it up. The word made more sense. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh, that's dope. You know what I'm saying? This shit to me is like super old school shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the hidden. Now you have the social media shit and everything else at your fingertips. Where before it was like, oh, let me drop this hotline number, and you know there was 7, you know, whatever, blah blah blah. blah.
6 hillbillies in the back of the truck.
Year.
Trucks hit the bump, you know, whatever. You know?
Shit like that. Where you had to fucking decipher it, and this is the same shit, but just
hell yeah. I mean, ICP have been the lore masters on it, so like the scroll keeper shit is again showing you how much Ouija Mac has learned from being a scholar of the carnival. And that's, you know, when you look at now Darby O'Trill dropping the second collaboration on us this year and showing you again, man, this motherfucker is a student of the fucking carnival and is a fucking Rolodex of references, breaking them down again, you know, from Spawn references to Dragon Ball references,
Mudvayne,
all these references here on this new 10 bands.
How many?
Let's get into that.
Wait,
10 bands.
How many bands?
10 bands.
How many bands?
10 bands.
10?
Panel, what do we got?
10 bands.
10 bands.
Chat, what do we got?
10 bands.
So, you know, 10 bands dropped this weekend. Jiggy Fresh, let me know. What are you thinking of this motherfucking new collab from the homies Darby O'Trill, Shaggy Airhead, and Devereaux?
It's all right. Honestly, yo, hey, 10 bands for real. They've been, if y'all ain't fucking sleeping or dead, y'all done heard about 10 bands. Y'all done seen the fucking promotion. Y'all done seen 10 bands stand everywhere on Twitter, on
all
Instagram,
the profiles.
On all
it's been really hard to decipher
I can't
who is
decipher
who
who's who
on
anymore.
social media this week.
Hella 10 band stands.
We need stacks of cash in the motherfucking chat. How many?
10 of them.
10 bands.
But the shit go crazy, man. Like, I know I've seen Shaggy that Yotis is a Juggler party record, and it is, dog. Like, yo, it kicks off so good, bro. Who that is? Who that be? Owns them again? You know what I'm saying? That shit's hard as fuck,
bro.
Hey, and I can't explain how happy I am to finally have Squad to be able to play that shit everywhere, because like we heard it in Three-Headed Monster.
Three-Headed Monster, yep.
Juggler, Ohio too.
Ohio, yep.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Ohio
All these places. And I was like, yo, y'all need to hurry up and drop this track. You know what I'm saying?
So
and then,
gas,
dude,
little did we know they were dropping this whole fucking thing at that time.
Little did we know. But that whole shit, that Squad shit is that real shit, dog. Like, I will catch a body. That's on God, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, these guys, I might do it. You know what I'm saying? No, Mike, I would. I'd catch a body for this
I fuck with the heavy man. Hey, this is some of my favorite shit of Shaggy in their head.
Yo, Shaggy. Yo, I know.
I got all the Shaggy shit.
Yeah.
This is some of my favorite Shaggy their head raps on this.
You got Darby and Dev on this shit. So like
Dev killing on these fucking beats.
Yeah, dude. And you always like, I don't want to say he gets overshadowed, but like Shaggy their head on the flows, though. Like this to me, the 10 band shit, the hardest I ever heard Shaggy snap, bro.
Shaggy goes
and he goes crazy, bro. Shaggy their head goes crazy on this fucking album, bro.
Yeah.
So I thought Squad was my favorite shit on the album, and then that fuck up the game fucking track.
Never mind.
That's my favorite track on the album.
Yeah,
that
never mind.
Fucking crazy.
I thought like I felt the same like Squad, bullshit,
fucking street trash. Trey. Shaggy like, drops the weed in this junta, you know.
You got a hole in your pocket again.
Yo, pop these drops, man. Limited edition. They end tomorrow night, bro.
Yeah.
Get this shit.
I got the shirt. I got
all over? The all over shirt?
The all over Johnson. I had to get the all over Johnson. Bro, them shorts.
I got the shorts.
I'm on a mission right now. Like I'm on that credit card about to get maxed out.
I swear to God, bro. That's the fucking thing about this drop. Is that I want it all, you know what I'm saying? And you know I'm a big fan of those shorts. I'm always a fan of the shorts.
I mean, I got the shirt. I'm gonna have to just splurge and man, I got less than 24 hours.
Shaggy did, bro. He really, really did it on this one. Shout out to Shaggy. Shout out Dev though too, man. Oh shit. God. The beats are fucking crazy on this one though too, man. Yeah. Dev went like and like like I said, man, this is the second collab we've got from Darby O'Trill this year. Is there another one?
Yeah.
Another one coming up somewhere that's gonna just really fuck up the game too. But to get Anamoya, and I'm still on Anamoya. I had Anamoya for 10 bands, and then we got 10 bands, and now I'm bumping 10 bands.
Hey yo, was it Never Mind? That's one of my favorite tracks right there, but like it reminds me of some old 3-6 shit.
Oh,
bro.
Went hard on the fucking 3-6.
When he goes like fucking like I don't remember what the fuck.
Is that the one with? There's one with a lot of 3-6 references in it.
Yeah, I got the fucking references.
It's gotta be Never Mind, though, because
it's gotta be that one then.
And it's got the old school like Dev snaps, and Darby always snaps, dog. Shaggy snaps, but like I think this is like Bobby was saying. I think it's the best version of Shaggy I've heard yet. You know what I'm saying? And like Shaggy's goated. But like, man, I love Shaggy on this project, dog. Shaggy the Airhead fucking killed it on this project, man.
But I mean, even some of the last shits, Shaggy's just been going extra hard.
He's been going crazy, bro. But
yeah, this one here,
this 10 band shit, like Shaggy when
we said it about Anamoya,
though, like,
but I like, I really love Darby on Shaggy beats though too.
Yeah,
we were talking about how like
you can sound different.
Shaggy beats are definitely really fitting for ICP. I think they're really fitting for Violent J right now too. They're hitting really hard for Violent J, but they're like Bring Out the Clowns, man.
Yeah.
Like the shit that Darby and Shaggy did on that are fucking hard and like so dope. You know what I'm saying? But then now like hearing them rap together, like whenever you hear them rap together, whether it's like act up type shit, street chat shit, or like bangers. You know what I'm saying? I'm just listening to fucking bangers right now, but hearing them rap on this shit together is so dope. Hearing them rap together, but having Dev on the fucking beats is so fucking cool, man.
But wait, there's more.
Dog, I'm telling you right now, if Darby drops another collab record too this year, bro, like what the fuck, man? Darby, like
there's two Darby records coming out this year. There's the collab record and a Darby solo. I think
this is like, dog. I think it's, bro.
I know we said
solo, Dev and Darby.
We keep saying this shit for real, man. Like watching Darby do what he's doing right now is insane, dog. Like this is our dog, bro. To see this shit happen right now is crazy. All I've been bumping has really been Anamoya. The only times I've really taken a breaks for Anamoya has been for like even before, like in the time Anamoya before 10 bands was out, was like Mikey really had me heavy on Jekyll Brothers again. So like there'll be Jekyll Brothers in there, or if a homie's dropping some shit. But like, look, dog, I really, really look, dog. I listen. I bump a lot of people, but I really dog. Hey, look.
Okay.
Dog, hey, I'm gonna be real as fuck with you right now, Darby.
Man, he said you were trash, though. Don't bump his shit. Okay.
Whatever you drop with Saw, I will not share on any fucking any of
Saw's
our platforms.
Saw's dead to me.
Dog, we will not talk about it on the web show. We won't fucking play it. We won't put it on Instagram or nothing, bro. Fuck.
Saw's dead.
Fuck Saw, dog. I'll the only thing that you'll get on the as a reaction to the Saw tracks or whatever you let out with Saw will be the fucking stuck up ass fucking comment he sent in our group chat. You know what I'm saying? We're quoting the Saw them shit, but I'm fucking with the rest of your shit. One more collab record, dog. Woo. That's what I'm saying. If Darby jumps another collab record this year, what the fuck y'all gonna do, bro? Like shit. He's like, man, I'm telling you. But then the next big record, shit.
But another thing that we've been talking about, man, is like the whole chapter 17 shit, right? You got Ouija, who's for the past 6 years, has been constantly like a constant. Whether you get a single, you get a video here and there before the record drops, you get an EP, you get a record. There's not a lot of people that can match that fucking speed of putting shit out.
Darby can, and it's
Darby
been proven that he can.
It's been proven, and he's doing it. He's doing it. There's fucking music every time you turn around. There's like, oh shit, there's a new chapter 17 shit. Oh, Ouija dropped this. Oh, Darby dropped this. Oh, fucking Devin Shaggy dropped a beat on this shit. They dropped a fucking 10 bands. You know what I'm saying? Like there's shit everywhere,
bro. This is
a match made in heaven.
As I was bumping 10 bands today,
or whatever the fuck you want to call it,
I was like, damn, I'm still not over Anamoya, and now I got 10 bands. What else are we gonna get? The summer's right upon us. Dark Planet's right upon us.
I had Anamoya on repeat. 10 bands came out. I had 10 bands on repeat.
That's crazy, bro.
Like, you can't just be like,
and everything else in between, man. And we're about to get the Gathering of the Juggalos coming up. Look, dog. You know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
We got 8 minutes. Let's.
I know. Someone trying to do real quick. Should we do that instead?
No, go ahead.
Right.
We got 8 minutes.
So, like we were saying in the beginning of the show, you know what I'm saying? We've been here 4 weeks in a row. And after this, we'll probably take a nice little break. You know what I'm saying? Get us retuned. And when we come back, we will begin our favorite series of the year, TeamMUJ's Road to the Gathering of the Juggalos. I have strong speculation just with how things have ever went in the past and the way things are coming out and like slowly rolling out right now that Memorial Day weekend we'll get like a full rollout of the Gathering of the Juggalos. I know that one time Jiggy Fresh and I were at the Indy 500, and that night when we came home, they dropped the infomercial releasing like Suicide Boys and all that stuff. As we get into that Poison in the Junta, that motherfucker said that, dog. That motherfucker said Poison in the Junta in the chat.
Who?
He also said Road to the Cats.
Poison in the Junta. Oh, that's that project?
I don't know, bro. That's the only other collab I could think of, dog. That's why I don't know. That's the only other collab I can think of.
TeamMUJ's.
Man, we're gonna play a Road of Cats here tonight, though. So don't worry. I gotta cue that back up. But we will start a Road to the Gathering of the Juggalos. You guys know what that is. We'll speculate, but I believe that we'll get a lineup before we come back to the Road to the Gathering of the Juggalos. I want to say right now that in the fucking chat room and on my panel, there are several people that I recommended for this year's Gathering of the Juggalos. Whether we get them or not, you know what I'm saying? You know, is another thing. But here we are tonight. I wanted to kick off just a little bit of things. Hopes, wishes, maybe. Speculation, never gonna happen. I'll kick it off, man. I'm not even gonna just go on the bullshit of listing off my homies. Homies is capitalized in my shit. Obviously, hopefully, info at Gathering the Juggalos got my list of demands, like I'm motherfucking the supervillains and are playing some of the people that I actually, hope to. But I was saying some bullshit, some shit that'll probably never happen. I've said this beginning, but just to let you guys know what kind of shit I'm talking about as we go forward.
Yeah.
One of the people that I've been talking about for like the last 3 months was that Mexican OT.
Oh, bro.
Oh, that'd be fucking gas,
I'd be
bro.
hyped for OT, bro.
I feel like he's got the vibe that would fit in for the gathering. He's a person that would come there and be able to fit in with everybody. He's from Texas. He's already got some Juggalo shit, you know, in him. He's a Juggalo and you don't even know it. If you guys don't know who that Mexican OT is, yeah,
I think if OT pulled up, shit would go off.
Dog, I think people would like his flow. I think people would fuck with him. There's mad Texas Juggalos, mad Mexican Juggalos. So I think that Mexican OT, Mexican out of Texas, I feel like that motherfucker would kick
Buckingham, Brendan Buckingham did a whole documentary.
and he's his boy, right? So think, like that's the plug right there. So like Brendan Buckingham and him, they kicked it or whatever. Like and Buckingham comes to the gathering and kicks it. How fresh would that be? You know what I'm saying? Where he's like, "Yo, dog, like you know." He fits the gathering, bro. He's got that kind of swag for the gathering. He's someone I like to fucking see,
got that shit, boy. Like if you ain't fucking with Mexican OT, dog, y'all sleep.
Yeah, check him out. He's like, I like the way he slides on his flows, bro. He's got some.
You got that. You know what I'm saying?
And I've seen other Juggalos post about him and shit before, so I think it'd be fresh to
I think OT.
So that's someone that I put out there that's like on some next level shit. Before I give it to, you know, my favorite motherfuckers right here, y'all are my motherfucking favorites. Bridget Bites, give me some outworldly fucking shit that like you would hope to see, maybe main stage or side stage type beat. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I would really love to see Kasky make a return.
Hell yeah.
Touring right now, and he's been killing new music. He's on the Black Sheep 2 type tour right now. That would be sick as fuck. I know we've talked a lot about some EDM DJs and stuff. I'd love to see Figure at the gathering someday. Like that would be
Figure fucking for sure, right? He's not too far from the area because he's out of fucking Indiana or whatever. Figure pull up, play some fucking wicked shit, have some fucking
as fuck.
Yeah, have a screen or something behind him projecting his fucking dope ass visuals or whatever. That'd be dope as fuck for sure.
Dude,
Yo, hey, I'm sorry to cut you off real quick. Hold on, Michelle Libra Luna. If EC Juggalo was from East Chicago, that's what his name would still be. It would still be EC Juggalo. EC Juggalo. So there's a city, East Chicago. Yeah, Jiggy works out there. So there's like just like a couple towns over, like 3 cities over, is East Chicago, Indiana. And when EC Juggalo first was in the chat, I was like, is that ninja from East Chicago? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo,
we all
straight up, always thought that same shit.
I was like, damn, I worked out there all these years. I could stop by. Yeah. But damn, I don't know, man. I would love to see Suicide Boys back, of course. But like I think like even like Ramirez or something.
But going off of what Richard was saying, Kasky then too, Mercules announced that he's playing this year at the gathering, and Mercules and Kasky are tight then too. So I mean, I feel like maybe we could get that same type of Kasky, Mercules, that kind of crew to come back or whatever.
Before, and when like I watch his lives sometimes, and you know he always says that he fucks with juggalos. Like he'll shout out juggalo shit and stuff. Like he's still down, and he was hella tight with Lil White and Jelly Roll and all that kind of like
East Side Chicago. No, East Chicago. East Side Chicago and East Chicago are totally
on some wild shit. Then what do you think, Humble Among?
So Mexican OT made me think BLP Kosher would be fucking dope for the gathering. I was saying BLP Kosher last year a little bit. I would like to see Danny do a redemption set, like I said. I think a lot of stuff though is like, I think they're already building for like a 25th gathering. I think a lot.
Yeah, I think, Doug, I really believe the same shit that like. Not saying that they're not, because they're definitely focused on this one because they got a jump start on it. But I think that like in the pocket they have to have the 25th annual. What are your thoughts on that with some of the shit that's been said and why you'd bring that up?
Man, I don't even know. I hope they go big though. I would like to see like Ice Cube. I think Ice Cube would be a knock it out of the park.
When Violent J had said reunion, I didn't think any like fucking corny shit. I thought he meant like reunion wise, where it'd be like Jelly Roll, Guar, 3-6 Mafia, you know what I'm saying? I didn't think
like the greatest hits and shit.
I think like Ice Cube, you know what I'm saying, who was another good ass one. So I think like like big name acts that have been there before, but not necessarily like what all the fucking weirdos are thinking. You know what I'm saying? No Dark Lotus reunions that happening at the gathering of the Juggalos anytime soon or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Libra Luna. I used to work out low. That's probably about where we're at, where I'm at right now. Like where we're sitting at, it's probably about a half hour away.
You know, Michelle, if you wouldn't mind and you got a fucking story to tell, because I know you were talking to us about some dead shit, it'd be really cool to have you come pull up and talk some dead shit with us tonight. You know what I'm saying? Or tell your story with us, you know. So.
The Mexican OT, I think would be fucking hard as fuck.
Oh yeah.
Like I said,
then
everybody. Who else? Like on some other shit. So like, because it really gets hard these days because there's only so much that I care about. My homies, ICP, Ouija, you know what I'm saying? But when I say my homies now, like Darby's my homie or whatever, but you guys are my homies. Like I'm really only thinking of that type shit. And then whenever they surprise me with something cool is what's also fresh, you know. And I don't really like the new Guar or whatever, but I was watching old Guar shit the other day, and it just like made me hype. And I'd love to see Guar again, but not on main stage, just like on that other cool side stage at late at night or whatever.
Yeah, late at night on a side stage would be fire. Yeah, that would be fire.
Yeah. So there's things like that I'd like to see. But
I know we talked about drops earlier, and it's a far stretch. Sosa would be dope.
That would be dope as hell.
Sosa at the gathering.
At the gathering.
He'd get mad. He'd get mad.
Shout out Dev for dropping the Sosa at the gathering. You know what I'm saying? But like I think like shit like that would be hype, bro. Like just something different.
I think there's gonna be more. There's gonna be some more female representation at the gathering this year.
Run the Jewels would be hard as fuck, but
$1 million.
Yeah.
But I think there's gonna be some shit that's gonna still blow us away for sure. Yeah. TBC, we were talking about Almighty So earlier, how it's wild as fuck that Almighty, like here we got like 10 bands, but Almighty So and 10 bands are at the same weekend. You know what I'm saying? And Dev should definitely be producing for the next Sosa shit for sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But man, look, we had a lot here to talk about tonight. When we come back from our little break, we will be talking the full road to the gathering of the Juggalos. I am like,
are we going to the?
Yeah, we're about to take a break for that in a second. Yeah, I have a full thought that I believe around Memorial Day. So at the end of this month, we're gonna get the rollout. You know what I'm saying? Tom Wood already announced that the Tom Wood art battle is returning back. You know what I'm saying? Mercules has slipped that he's coming to the gathering main stage. So things are starting to leak. Things are starting to drop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what Big Sis said, Chris Calico joined Tech 9 on stage.
That was hype. That was pretty
last
hype
week. Yeah,
with Casey
that definitely. As far as reunions go, I think that would be for the 25th.
Tech to come
that
back.
would go crazy.
Yeah. I love having Calico back, and I'd love if he came back this year. I feel like he could be the new staple of Tech. You know what I'm saying?
I think what would be super dope. I know there's been a lot of like different kind of heat with Tech and miscommunication, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
But I think if Tech came back, I think you would have to bring Cut and Cali and do like the old shit. You know what I'm saying? Like bring back that old strange music shit, man. Like when it was hype, when they were doing the choreography, fucking, you know what I'm saying? The hype shit. If you ain't got shit to bone with it, you know what I'm saying? Like the fucking
old school set.
The old school set. Do like an angelic fucking absolute power type.
Don't play. I'd pay for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Miley Cyrus,
Frankie.
But I'm down for some. I'm down for some shit though. You know what I'm saying? I'm down for some wild shit. You know what I'm saying? This year, but really, I like. There's a lot of my homies, like I said, in the chat tonight here on the panel, and like homies that I like. I fuck with that. I would really love to see. You know what I'm saying? I'm really only going to the gathering to kick it with y'all anyway. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So to see y'all perform, would be super fresh. But really, like
back 10, I think if you did like a West Side Connection,
remember the West Side Connection?
Oh, that was
that fucking Dubs crazy. We saw a full ass West Side
we saw the whole Dubs, the West Side Connection.
That shit was fucking crazy. But yeah, man, I'm really hyped for whatever's gonna happen at this year's gathering already. You know what I'm saying? Knowing what we have going on right now, knowing what the homies are dropping. You know, we got Stalewind a couple years ago now at the gathering, and that was like pivotal and made some like monumental gathering memories having Stalewind, you know. To go back to the gathering in any form this year, whether it's for, you know, to actually be part of it or just to be there, is incredible every year, you know. I know that we got Acid Toads in the crowd, and for sure the third annual craft beer exchange will be coming back to the gathering of the Juggalos this year. Next time you see us, we'll have more information for sure on that. Yeah, dog. I mean, you know, I personally want to see Frankie Goldie on Main Stage gathering of the Juggalos. That's not exactly what I said in my email, but I did say I personally want to see Frankie Goldie at the gathering of the Juggalos. You know what I'm saying? He was definitely one of my submissions. I don't like I said, you know, my submission's as good as any of y'all's. So send your submission in, whatever you think, send them in. You know, but I'm not like gonna lie and say that I'm too cool to nominate my friends, just like the Jug Awards.
My list this year was literally all homies. I didn't even ask for any like celebrity artists or big artists. I literally only asked for homies.
The only time I'm saying celebrity type names will be here. Do or Die would be gas at the gathering. I don't know if they would do it, but that'd be gas as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But the only people that I've submitted have been homies. Info at Gathering of the Juggalos. gmail.com. Send your submissions if they, you know, I'm hoping they're still taking them too, you know what I'm saying? But
info at juggalogathering.com.
Juggalo Gathering,
I think.
Yeah,
Something like that. It's on the website. You can find it on the website. I would like to see some bands play the gathering, though. I would just jump in and say that I would like to see a couple more bands play if possible.
Yeah, I like when they stretch it out and have some bands that come through and then actually kill it. You know what I'm saying? There's been a few that have done it. But man, I'm really, like I said, you know, the music is the soundtrack to it. In any form, I'm hyped for it. You know what I'm saying? Holy shit. All right, let me look over this. All right, so you guys know that last year, to wrap up That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire, the tournament series, we brought back, well, that was the first time we did it, was A Journey into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. Here on Team MUJ, we're big fans of not only Mr. Ballin himself, but just the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious in general. The unknown, the speculation of the paranormal or more, you know what I'm saying? Here, it all kind of gets us going. Tonight, we will be taking that dive, like I said, back into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious with, I don't know, man. We didn't say, we have no official running on this of what the topics are going to be, but, you know, we're going with that stay the fuck up out the woods type beat to kick it off tonight. This will be the third, or is this the fourth? This is the third, right? The third time taking a journey into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. And not only did Bridget Bites and Humble Among kill it in the That Shit's Trash, That Shit's Fire tournament series, but they're also known guests here when we take this journey. Before we get into it, we are going to take a quick break to set us up. Tonight, you'll hear stories from all of us, including special guests coming in and telling theirs. As we get ready to take this journey into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, we're going to take a quick break. This track here is such a fucking banger. And, you know, it really does have a lot to do with the theme for tonight. This is from Saigon Mo, Ouija Mac. It is Mr. Ballin. Tonight's journey into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious is a tribute to Mr. Ballin and the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. So we hope that this tribute in itself, which is one of my favorite fucking videos still to this day, hope that it sets you up for this. We're going to run 2 videos right now and be back with the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious and some tales of the unknown. Light the chats up with ghosts, aliens, pumpkins, whatever the fuck, because we'll be right back. Bigfoot, yeah, put some feet in there. But if you put those feet in there, Mikey might take it the wrong way and start fucking scrunching them. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna run this junta. We will be right back. Press SB because I got a P2, so I didn't know.
They call me Mr. Ballin', no storytelling, real facts, Mr. Ballin'. Ball so hard, motherfuckers call me ballin'. Better stick to the end, cause I'm never ever falling. I'm straight dark and mysterious, they call me Mr. Ballin'. No storytelling, real facts, Mr. Ballin'. Ball so hard, motherfuckers call me ballin'. Better stick to the end, cause I'm never ever falling. Extraño, oscuro y misterioso como Mr. Ballon. Soy el rey misterio, mis cojones están solos. Vuelo a mariachi, mezclo el verde con el polen. Si hay firmas de humo, la pintura ha sido stolen. Wiki con la Wicca y Mr. Mill. Yo, desaparecidos y escapados del redil. 17 formas de morir. Yo, dime cuál prefieres, no me dejes elegir. Escucha al jefe, yo, el puto Wicca, mata these bitches a sword, el puto Wicca, man. I can't go to sleep unless I'm watching Mr. Ballin', nothing more relaxing in the cemetery, darling, homie still talking when I wake up in the morning, one day he gon' tell him about the ops and how I got him. Wicca can evilly high as a bitch, but as sharp as a needle, yo, licking the blood off the tip of my fingers like dust from a Cheeto, yo, con el humo, this the prequel to the sequel. Narco corrido, chop your body up and eat you. Hold on. Straight dark and mysterious, they call me Mr. Ballin'. No storytelling, real fact, Mr. Ballin'. Motherfuckers call me ballin'. Better stick to the end, cause I'm never ever falling. I'm straight dark and mysterious, they call me Mr. Ballin'. No storytelling, real facts, Mr. Ballin'. Ball so hard, motherfuckers call me ballin'. Better stick to the end, cause I'm never ever falling.
You're in good hands with Anamoya.
Shaggy the Airhead on the beat.
Stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here. I creep deep within the wilderness, ducked off in the cave. I do not want to be involved with anyone in the human race. If they choose to follow me, then the doom awaits. Cause I'll take a massive rock or log and smash it through their face. I'm more or less a silent guy, but can be the violent type when people overreact. Cause they're scared and frightened by my kind. I just wanna be alone, so stay the fuck away from me. Get too close and I might decide that I have to break your knees. Rip off your nose and take your teeth. Crush your bones beneath my feet. Shove my porcupine friend up your ass and hang you from a tree. Keep that camera out my face. Bitch, I'm trying to take a shit. Or else tonight I might make a dish that has your brains in it. Stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here.
In the leaves where I sleep, been that way for centuries. I could never tell you all the secrets hid between the trees. Yo, I can smell a sucker on the breeze. Do not try to look for me, got all of my necessities. Throwing rocks at your cabin, boulder for the nugget fashion. Sharpen stick for the stabbing in the woods. Shit can happen, grab your limbs like a twig. It's that easy, I just snap them. Catch a motherfucker camping, can't control my laughing. Wait until you ain't awake. I'ma trap you in your sleeping bag and throw it in the lake. Chase you till your ankles break. Probably should've stayed away. What the fuck I'm trying to say? Stay the fuck about the woods.
Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck about the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck about the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here.
Hiding out inside an old hollowed out tree. People know me, bitches hiking the trail. Know about me, face covered totally in mud. Clown pink design. This bitch is mine because it's crossbow time. That's when it happened. Woke up napping. Must have passed out from the joy of her neck snapping. Almost sounded like mumble fireworks cracking. Got me so excited, damn near had me toe tapping. Woke up again, was it all just a dream? I'm naked in these woods and these mosquitoes, yo, they mean I'm used to it. Come out here camping, fuse fluid. Leave your corpse for the bears to put some shoes to it. Shoes to it, shoes to it, shoes.
Stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't stay the fuck up out the woods. Don't come around here, don't come around here, don't come around here.
Whistle at night, or roam around. If you hear any whistling at night, or even at the daytime, don't go out there and try to follow it, because that's fully likely the big guy out there. That's how people get to by following it. Lost thing comes to my mind. It's something that escaped from hell. Almost just like he was kind of looking at me, and like he wanted to take my soul. Like he wanted to take my soul. Something I've never seen before. It was too big to be a regular person. The moment I saw it, I was terrified. I was terrified.
What's behind all these strange disappearances? What's behind all these strange disappearances? Strange disappearances.
Lazy and crazy.
Attention. Attention. Attention.
Are you experiencing anemoia?
Another.
During a trip to the Smoky Mountains, we put a GoPro on the hood of our car to show the dark road up to our private cabin just outside of Gatlinburg, Tennessee. A year later, while going over the footage, this is what we found. Yo, that was not a fucking cat.
It's not a cat.
I don't give a
dog.
fuck what
It's not
Darby
a cat.
says. I know he's a cat expert. That was not a cat. Humble Mung, you also have a cat. What did you think about that? Come on, you're muted, brother. You're muted, brother.
The more I see it, the more it's starting to look like a cat. I have to say.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. The fucking cat does not. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You get the fuck out of here.
Bro.
By the way, why didn't you guys tip me off that we were doing a cool costume change? I could have thrown a flannel on real quick.
Hey, bro, you've been here before. This isn't your first time.
That's true. I should have picked that up.
If you look at the whole video, bro, you see this little.
Rewatch the video. It's not a fucking cat.
This light anomaly appear from the tree. A cat does not move that fast. Cats are fast. Cats are fast. Don't get me wrong, but not.
What if it's a ghost cat?
A ghost cat, maybe.
A ghost cat makes more.
But you have to fucking put an emphasis on ghosts. You know what I'm saying?
Put the emphasis on a ghost.
Yeah, that was like that. That definitely. You have to look back. Dog, I'm going fucking like 5 miles an hour down a fucking a road this fucking big enough for my car to go down. If it was a cat, it would have ran into my car. You know what I'm saying? To the left was a fucking steep ass cliff. It couldn't have been a cat, but whatever. I'm tired of fucking arguing about that. You know what I'm saying? So, the cellos, hey dog, we're Mr. Ballin, but hey,
we got more.
We're cellos every day. But all right, but hey, you guys know it's because. Hold on, real quick. Let me send it over this way real fast. We are here for another journey into the strange, dark, and mysterious. A tribute to Mr. Ballin and all things unknown and unexplained. TeamMUJ tonight are joined by our recurring guests here for the strange, dark, and mysterious segment, Bridget Bites, the Black Widow. Hold on, let me bring it back in here. There you go. And Humble Among, representing the alienated. But
he went to go do his costume change.
Yeah, he went to go grab the costume change. Like, we had to go jump into our Ballin flannel.
Yeah,
there we go. Oh, yeah, matching the hair. And Bridget's going to grab hers now too. We're going to do it. You motherfuckers act like this is the first time you've been.
I have it right here.
Yeah, see, you guys are acting like this is the first time you've been part of the strange, dark, and mysterious episode.
Nonetheless,
but I'm happy.
It's like 86 degrees here today. I
know. I feel you, Bridget. We're in the same boat. You know what I'm saying? But not only tonight will we hear from our special guest panel, who always come with some dope fucking stories or insight. We have an inbox full of messages, and we have another special guest who'll be joining the panel later on. But right now, I feel my brother beaming over here right now.
I'm beaming. I'm hyped.
Right now,
I'm hyped.
We're about to bring a special who, is about, Jiggy alluded to it earlier. We're about to hear stories. Like we heard Violent J and Danny Brown talking earlier, Shaggy, Tudo, Violent J, ICP, and Danny Brown talking, coming from the Detroit area their whole lives, growing up in different generations and hearing these crazy stories of the same area. Right now, Jiggy Fresh, why don't you go ahead and set this up and bring in our next special guest?
So I'm super hyped about this. Over the past few months, you know what I'm saying, my brother used to live out here with us, you know what I'm saying, moved to Florida and stuff, but he was up here a few months ago for my mother's birthday. We talked about a lot of shit, and a lot of stuff came up about like, oh, hey man, paranormal shit, like, have you, he's like, oh man, back in my day, I've experienced this, I've experienced that, you know what I'm saying, and different types of shit. And again, like Bobby was saying, man, like the different generations, he grew up in the same neighborhood in the same area me and Bobby grew up in, literally the same house, all that shit, you know what I'm saying? So without further ado, my big brother, Anthony, as he is called on here, is going to join us and tell us a little about his experiences of the paranormal in the 219 in the Lake Station area where we grew up in. Maybe a little about he has this plan for this fictional podcast based on Lake Station. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we'll hear a little bit about that. But my big brother, my literal big brother, blood big brother.
What's up, everyone?
Yo, hey man, hey, welcome to the show, bro. That's so fucking cool, man.
Thanks for having me. I'm really happy to be here.
Like on some real shit, Jiggy was telling us about it, you know, and just telling us the stories, and you know, just knowing you a little bit, like growing up then too. It's cool to. I know that you can tell stories. I know that I know that you like had know about this type of shit. So when he was saying that you wanted to put together maybe like a podcast of your own or whatever, I thought how fresh it would be to bring you here to us and tell some stories or whatever. So, thank you, man. Thank you for spending some time with us.
That's my pleasure. So what do you want to hear? All
right. You're telling some stories from the neighborhood for sure. We'd like to hear something from around there, you know.
I know you had talked about running this podcast on a fictional lake station and stories wrapped around that. But let's go into real experiences. Shit that you maybe at the parents' house or friend's house in the lake station area. I know I've told you about our experience at the abandoned house which is now occupied and redone and all that. But I know you told me some stories last time you were here.
All right. So let me start with this one. I'll start with this story here. This story took place at my buddy's house. His name was Marcy. That was his nickname. And Marcy was kind of the one who got me interested in the supernatural. And one day he came to me and he showed me that he found this book, right? He said, I found this book, and he'd tell me the way he explained it was this book called to me. I found it in a hollow part of a tree. And it was this old looking leather bound, hand stitched book, very rough paper, like almost like the paper might have been homemade too. And everything in it was handwritten. It looked like it may have been written with a fountain pen, maybe even a quill pen. We don't know. There was no dates. There was no publishing. And this wasn't something you'd find in Barnes and Noble off a bookshelf. This looked legit. And he said he found it. Marcy had a little brother, and as not all little brothers, but some little brothers tend to be pests. And we were going through we were going through the book, looking at it, and he was giving us guff. He was teasing us, oh, I can't believe you guys believe in that. That's crap. That's that stuff doesn't exist. That's bullshit. Blah blah blah. And Marcy's like, well, we'll show you. We're going to do something on this book. We're going to prove to you that something works, right? So there's this spell, I guess you can call it, that he saw in the book, and it was to summon a spirit. And the spirit would grant you, kind of like a genie. The spirit would grant you a wish. You tell the spirit what you desired at the time, and supposedly it would manifest, right? And there was this girl, back in the day I had played, but there was this girl that always would elude, she liked to run me on a merry chase. So I was like, okay, we'll do that, bet, and I'm going to ask the spirit to let me close the deal, so to speak.
Yeah.
So we go out to the back the house. There's a detached garage. We go into the alley. This house is just a couple of blocks from where Jiggy and I grew up. And we go out there, and there's a big concrete slab right behind the garage, and we sit down, and Marcy takes a piece of chalk and he starts drawing this circle right out of this book, this spell book that he found. And then he draws a second circle. Now this is in the middle of summer. It's like June, early June. We hadn't been out for maybe a couple weeks from school, and it's a cloudless, beautiful northern Indiana night. You could see the stars for miles around. This is before all the streetlights were put up in Lake Station, really, so it would be dark. And we're out back there. He draws a circle. He draws a smaller circle in the circle. He caps all the symbols.
We gotta capture this shit.
Hey, a mouse just literally.
You gotta close that fucking window. What the fuck, bro?
A mouse just literally.
Yeah,
I'm
that a
so
ghost?
sorry. Dog, that was a
you need a
spirit.
ghost cat to get the ghost mouse.
Seriously, it was weird as fuck. This fucking mouse just came fucking plopping as you were telling the story.
Oh, what the fuck? Get him, dog.
Where'd it go? Where the fuck did it go, bro?
I can't believe a ghost mouse just.
No,
showed up.
it's
That's
not a
crazy.
ghost mouse. It's a real ass mouse.
Where did it go, Prez? You see it?
Oh, it's right over here.
Oh, okay. You just put it over.
Where'd he go?
It's insane.
Where'd he go? He just went back there.
Preston,
Shut
you
that
need to go
window.
get that mouse.
I don't know where the fuck he is. He might be in your bag, Bobby. I ain't gonna lie.
Take him out, man.
Dude.
Hey, this really just happened right now. This is so fucking weird, bro.
I'm shook right now, dog. What the fuck is that?
Then we got the dim light on, Dukes. We're in Mr. Ballin mode right now. We got
We're
the
in Mr.
fucking.
Ballin mode, and all of a sudden we see this little black shadow fucking fall. It was a fucking mouse.
Dog, where'd it go? Jiggy, I mean, we
Bro, what you mean where'd it go? I don't know what the fuck it is.
So we're gonna sit back down?
Yeah, fuck it.
I mean, it's only a fucking mouse, right?
It'll find its way out.
I'm gonna tuck my pants into my legs.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
you found it? Oh, Jiggy, hey, Matt found it. Grab my tail, Press.
Grab Roman. Oh, Roman the box.
There it goes. It went over that way.
Just going to your bro.
Bro, that's not cool.
Get that shit.
What's he at?
He went that way.
Oh, yeah, he went that way.
By the closet. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. Oh, shit. I'm not grabbing the fucking mouse, dude.
Is he behind that chair still?
There's hella shit in my closet.
Hey, you know, Jiggy's in the closet right now hunting the mouse real quick. Anthony, go ahead and continue telling your story here until
Hey, fuck it. We're just gonna let it ride for now.
so we can figure this situation out.
So Marciano draws this circle.
It's fun.
He draws a smaller circle in it and copies all these symbols out of the book into it. Has me sit in the center of the circle and starts reciting this incantation out of the book that I'm supposed to repeat to him. So he's saying the words, I'm repeating the words. His little brother's out there watching us. And he gets to the last part and he's like, this is where you have to pour all your energy into it. This is where you have to pour all your desire, you know, for what you want. You know, you talk about it. You think about it, you know, and you repeat this 3 times and he reads the incantation and I repeat it. And I'm sitting there with my eyes closed, trying to focus on exactly what it is that I want. And the next thing I do, I hear from one side of me, I hear a gasp from his little brother. And the other side, at the same time the gasp happens, I hear something hit the floor. And I open my eyes and my buddy dropped the book, right? And he's like, look, look, look. And I look up into the sky and it was a cloudless night, right? All these clouds are rolling in, but not like a storm rolling in from one side. It's like they're coming in from all angles. And then there's these flashes of light, different colored light, just zooming across the sky in all directions from, you know, and it's not like, you know, like ground spotlights, you know, it's like moving from one side of the sky to the other, all these different color lights. So the little brother runs away. I stand up and my buddy's like, don't leave the circle. Don't leave the circle. We have to do the reverse incantation. We have to do the reverse incantation. So I sit back down. He reads me the reverse incantation. I say the words. And when I'm done, he's like, look at the sky, right? And sure enough, I look up and it's reverse. The lights stop flashing. The clouds roll out again. And when we're done, it's just like when we started. Nothing but stars up there. You can't see anything else. So, needless to say, we were a little freaked out about what happened. Flash forward a couple of months, and there's a new kid at school. And Marcy and I go to his house after school, and we're just chilling, and we meet his mom, and we're talking, and he's like, yeah, my mom's a little psychic, you know, so if she says something, you know, out of the ordinary, you know, don't worry about it, you know, just go with it, right? She hears things, she knows things, right? So we're sitting there and we're talking to her, and about 10 minutes into the conversation, she stops and she looks at us and she's like, it was you two that made all that noise a couple of months ago here. Whatever you did, you know, people all across the country felt and heard what you two were up to. Right?
Shit.
So it freaked my buddy out. He went, you know, he's like, I gotta go. And he left. And then she was like, listen, you're both good kids. You're both good boys. She's like, you got to watch out for your buddy. Without a stabilizing influence in his life, he's gonna do something and go too far. Step across a line that he shouldn't cross. He's like, but if he's got you, he'll be all right. So that was the first time that anyone had said anything about it, right? But she told us, she's like, be careful, because there are people that are interested in that kind of thing. There are people that will be looking for you guys. You made something happen.
Yeah, like you sent out some energy with that, and
Right.
people notice
Yeah.
that. Like notice that.
Right.
Yeah.
So then, of course, that made him and I more interested, and we would dig deeper and into the lore of the area. And one day I was going to his place, and as you know, behind Jiggy's, there's the alley, and sometimes
Yeah.
it's faster to walk down the alleys. He's a couple blocks away, so I dipped out the back door, hopped the fence, headed straight down the alley, crossed the street, headed down this other alley, and we're there. And we're at his house, and he's like, oh, blah blah blah, let's do this, let's do that. And I'm like, oh, I forgot this back at my crib, let's go back. So we walk back to my house, we grab whatever it was we were going to be doing, for whatever we were going to be messing around that night. And on the way back to his house, we're in the alley, and there's a bunch of bushes, in the alley we were in, and you can see, through the bushes, you can see the street. And it looked like, in my head, right, it was a dog. But it wasn't a dog. But that's what my mind was trying to tell me, that that's a dog, that's a dog, that's a dog.
Yeah.
And the way it moved, though, it wasn't like it was trotting along. It was like it was gliding, right? It was gliding along the floor.
Kind of like that cat.
Kind of like that cat, right? I saw that video, but it was
Okay.
gliding. It was like, and it was very graceful for a dog. It was moving very graceful, right? And when it came around the bush and looked at us from the alley, right? Like the hairs in the back of my neck rose, right? And this thing, like its eyes looked like it was glowing, like there was like this ghost yard green, or like glow in the dark green, but his eyes looked like it was glowing. And I grew up around dogs all my life, and so the first thing I said is, look, man, whatever you do, don't, and I turned my head, and he's already booking down the alley, and I look, and this thing starts charging. So I turn and run, right? Catch up to him, and there's a yard up coming up on our side with a fence, and I'm like, yo, jump the fence, jump the fence. And I grab the fence, and as I'm hopping over, I look over my shoulder to see what's happening with him, if he's following me, and I see this thing lunge at his leg, right? And it grabbed his pant, and the next thing it looks like he's falling down, but I'm halfway over the fence, so when I land, right, my back is to him, I hear a bunch of garbage cans go scattering, and I instantly turn to see if he's all right. And he's on the ground, the garbage can lid is spinning, right? And there's nothing there. Nothing there, right? I jump over the fence. He's got a rip in his jeans right where I saw this thing lunge at him, right? And, of course this freaks us out. We head back to his place, try and decompress, trying to, but whatever it was, it was a dog, but it wasn't a dog. Like I could tell it wasn't a dog, but like my mind is like, this is what you're seeing, right? Like to protect itself or whatever. So we did some research.
Anthony, I don't want to cut you off at all for a second, just to go off that. Like a lot of people don't understand. Like Lake Station was a small city, but to have those alleys, a lot of people don't know about traveling through the alleys in your backyard being an alleyway to go through it, especially in a small town like Lake Station was or whatever. But that's how we would connect. We would take those alleyways through there, and they were sketchy and weird through a lot of those alleyways. You know what I'm saying? But that's how a lot of them connected to their backyards, like connected to your guys' backyards, or Cracker's backyard on the next block or whatever. That's how you'd get through there was, and if you wanted to sneak through, avoid the cops or some shit, you'd be taking those alleyways. And for a long time, they were fully functional alleyways where you'd put your garbage back there, the garbage trucks would come and pick them up and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I just wanted to add real quick. There's a concept in the paranormal known as a screen memory, where basically your mind, or maybe even the phenomena, kind of projects something for you to see that's hiding what it really is. So when you talk about the dog, and like your mind like you saw it as a dog, but you're like, that's not a dog. That's
Right.
immediately what I'm thinking about is this.
Yeah, like
this
it
concept.
showed itself as something that was somewhat familiar to you, you know, that you would recognize it as. Yeah.
Because with aliens, a lot of times there's reports of owls, like people who see owls or deer, even.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, the concept is maybe it's not a deer or an owl, that it's maybe an extraterrestrial. Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to jump in and add that real quick.
Because, like, I know you guys see my tweets, and I was like, "Oh yeah, there's owls in my backyard," and these two owls would I would play owl sounds from like YouTube on my Bluetooth speaker, like literally when the shit first started happening, when I first started hearing it, and you would hear them get closer, and then one day I actually seen them on trees. You know what I'm saying? They flew away, whatever. There was two of them, and what was crazy was Remy. I don't know if you guys know Remy LeBeau, aka I like to call him Gambit, but the native homie,
not the real Gambit,
not the real Gambit, but the homie Remy told me, he was like on Facebook, he was like, "Yo, bro," he's like, "That's not a good sign." He's like, in Native American
even in Mexican
lore,
shit though too, but it would be a white owl though for sure.
He said in Native American lore, he said it when you see owls, he's like, that means like bad luck or like it's
a bad omen. Yeah,
like a bad omen, like something.
I always thought it was a white owl, but no, that's. I thought about aliens though when you first said that you seen owls back there. But the demon dog shit, Pres Murderous, I know that. I think you talked about it on the first Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. Along Porter County in Lake Station, those the train reporters would report seeing like dogs with glowing eyes. So when you said the glowing eyes shit, it fucked me. So this is like in Portage now, but in like Chesterton and Portage, train conductors have those tracks there. Have said that they've seen like dogs running alongside of the train with like the glowing eyes. When he said the glowing eyes, that's what fucked me up. But yeah, go ahead off that, Anthony. I just wanted to
that's fantastic. I did read about those dogs too, those demon dogs, when we were researching it. So we'll flash forward a couple of years later, and I'm off at college in my freshman year, and you know, you meet people in college and whatnot, and so you know, you drink, you talk, you know, you tell stories like kind of like we're doing now. And so we were telling ghost stories one night, and I you know, we're getting ready to tell the story, and I said, "Oh, I'm going to tell the story about me and my buddy," and I told the story just like I told you guys, right? And then this one guy, he's like, "So that was you?" His response, "That was you," you know, and he's like, you know, you know, he told me, he's like, you know, you whatever, you know, energies you have, you know, you're protected, whether you're doing it subconsciously, whether someone else is doing it for you. He's like, you're pretty protected. He's like, but you know, he's like, the guy that taught me what I know talked about a disturbance that happened in Northwest Indiana around that time, and he's been looking for you. He's like, so whatever protection you got, pray to it, keep it up, do your things, because you know the reason why I'm here is because he's not a good guy, and you know, you got to be away from all that. So that was that particular story.
Woke up some energy or disturb some energy from that's pretty wild to think of.
See, I've never heard that story, so to me that's wild. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially you're talking about like Marciano and Danny and shit, the Chavez.
Yeah.
You know Chavez, Danny, and
Danny.
So that's wild, bro. Like, because they're not far from, because Bobby lived off of Warren, right like 2 houses away from the park. You know what I'm saying? So like Chavez were only a couple of blocks away. So like
they're only a couple blocks from us.
Yeah. So Danny was a little brother, I'm guessing.
Danny was a little brother, yeah.
He was a little brother in the story. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, that's wild, man, because I know we talked about it when you were up here for Mom's birthday, and you know, we were chilling upstairs with Lisa and Sandy and shit with our sisters.
Hold on. I'm sorry, real quick. Whoop kind of said every time I check what time it is, I see it's angel numbers. He put it at 9:44, which is 17.
Yeah,
that's an angel number for me. Every time I look at the clock, It's 9:44.
9:44. Yeah.
And that's weird that's his message right now is every time I check the clock to see what time it is, it's angel numbers. And when you look at our chat, it's 9:44.
When I saw it pop up, it was still 9:44 on my screen. So
yeah, that's crazy as fuck, ain't it? So yeah, shout out Wakanda. Unless you plan that shit, that's some straight up wild ass shit though, 100%. Anthony, so like, while we have you here then too, man, any other stories? Like, and really, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, I know everybody says do some podcast shit, but really, you have a voice for storytelling and you have the knack for it or whatever, and it seems like you've experienced some like really genuine stuff. I think like you would get some really cool listens, and if you need help with anything, we definitely got you on that. But
thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, so the idea is, like things you guys have experienced things. I was talking to my brother about that when we were there last.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard his story before, but I was like, tell me about this story again. And I told him why I wanted to hear it, because I want to fictionalize all those tales. I want to, because a lot of it, there were other things that happened with Marciano and I. There were other things that happened with other friends of ours. There were things that happened to certain friends, and then later on that with me and other friends that actually kind of cross over, And I want to take all those stories and I want to fictionalize them, and try to make one complete narrative, a start, middle, and end, and set it in a fictional lake station. I want to call it East Crucible, Indiana, because of the steel mills. And I want to call, instead of being Gary, Indiana, Crucible, Indiana, and East Crucible, Indiana. Yeah, and set our stories, set the fictional stories there, fictionalized stories of things that actually happened to us.
Yeah, just embellishing a little bit on some things that you've experienced, make them, a little bit. Yeah, that sounds cool. Jiggy was telling me about that, after the last time you guys had talked, and really, man, like I love that idea, and there is so many outlets to tell those stories now, and to be able to tell a story is really cool, and it does it keeps the that cool urban legend feel alive. As we were growing up, we always had there was always something, this one particular house, or, don't go over here because of this or whatever. Or if you come by that one house that was over by Mo's house, you'd hear screams coming from the basement at night, just some wild shit. So we found the abandoned house and experienced what we experienced there. Just to hear those urban legends from a localized source, and then even if they are embellished, it's cool as fuck, man. I really definitely think you should do that for sure. And there is so many outlets to do it now, whether it be YouTube or just putting it out as a podcast on Apple or Spotify or something.
The whole thing though, when I told them about our experiences, I don't want to say one because it was multiple at that house. To think that people live there now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I every time I go to Mom's and I take that back road, by Polk School, whatever, and hit that intersection between Union and 25th, I'm like, man, I always want to I have this urge to just go yo, have you guys, don't mean to disturb you, but
have you ever experienced
anything?
We need to send him a letter.
Anything at this house?
We just need to send him a letter with our email on it. And tell them to respond back to the email.
But that's the thing too. I don't want to set up an alarm and make people think holy shit, other people have experienced. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to know. I know for a fact that we've experienced multiple paranormal experiences in that house, and now you live there, whether it's renovated and fucking redone and whatever. We've been there when it was fucking nothing, when it was a shell, and we've heard and seen shit and fucking felt shit and everything in that house. How's it living there now? You know what I'm saying?
That'd be crazy to hear, especially from especially if they do do respond to some.
But like my brother was saying though, and you were saying, the urban legends around Northwest Indiana, Stagecoach Road. Stagecoach Road. That's really fucked up. Stagecoach Road was always one
that we all fucked with.
Yeah, that we all fucked with.
But that's something I wanted to ask your brother while we have him here, you know what I'm saying, before we get into anything else. All right, so you told us the story then. In the era that you were growing up in Lake Station, was there any urban legends? And if so, do you remember any of them that, that you would talk about?
So there, I have a Stagecoach Road story, and the way I heard it, and this is kind of a similar story. Like I hear the story repeating in other parts of the country, but I had heard about on Stagecoach Road way back in the day before my time. I can't give you a date because everybody tells it a little bit differently. That a couple had gone down that road, and their car had stalled, and so the guy gets out of the car and tells the young lady, I'm going to go and get, some help. You stay here. I'll be back as quickly as I can. And that she heard some strange noises and gets scared. And then later on, she hears scratching coming from the top of the car, right? Like the scratching sound, from the roof of the car. And so she gets down in the seat and hides and stays there till morning. And when she gets out, he's hung. Her boyfriend is hanging from a tree above the car, and the scratching noise was his toenails scratching across the hood of the car. So that's the story that I was told about Stagecoach Road as I heard it. So as we're all getting old enough to have licenses, and we're all getting old enough to have cars, the first thing we all want to do is go drive down Stagecoach Road in the middle of the night one weekend. So, it's me, and I think it was my friend Marciano again, because we were always together. And it was me and Marciano and this other friend of ours. Her name was Gina. And Gina's like, listen, I drove my car down this road the other day, and some weird stuff happened. She's like, and we're like, no. And she's like, word is around the school is you guys are the guys to come to about this. You guys know about these kinds of things. So we're like, okay. So we get in our car. We're going down Stagecoach Road, and we pass this spot. Now, whether that actually happened or not, I can't say. I never was able to find anything, research-wise about some guy being hung on Stagecoach Road, but that's the story as I had heard it. That's the story as I heard it told around the school back in my day. And every time we passed this tree on Stagecoach Road, her car would stall out. But not just stall, like the lights would go out, right? The headlights would go out. The car would stop and stall. And we literally would have to get out of the car and push it beyond a certain part before she could start her car again. And not just once, but every time we were in that car with her, when we passed that spot, her car would stall, right? And I thought, maybe she's doing something. Maybe she's just trying to, shine us on, right? So she gets in the back seat, and I drive the car. And when we crossed that tree, her car stalled. The lights go off, the car would stall, and nothing we could do to get it started again until we pushed it beyond a certain point, and then it would start again. And Stagecoach Road, y'all know where Stagecoach Road is.
Everyone's got a story on Stagecoach Road from the time. What's crazy is, as you were telling the story, you started off by saying that it is kind of like a global, or at least a United States urban legend of something happening like this. You know what I'm saying? Because there's an ICP song with Bushwick Bill called "Out There," and that's basically like one of the verses is honey, get the flashlight, still one in the dash light, only because it's dark at night and who knows what's out there. You know what I'm saying? And like goes into this shit about but yeah, she's the scraping on the roof. There's even a movie called Campfire Tales, and I think that ends up being one of the stories. But we've all been told that as a kid, so we've all went down Stagecoach. Even I know that as far as this generation, people are still going down Stagecoach Road, driving down the windy craziness that is.
I remember hearing stories. If you're at the top of where the hill we used to sled, like with Lenny and shit, if you look down that hill into the valley or whatever, that's on the other side of the road. If you look down there at a certain time, you can see red eyes glowing, from what I heard. Yeah. But there's been times we went down there.
And we met some crazy people out there that time. One of the girls that we met that were like ghost hunting out there, she was telling us a story about how her father was a skydiver, jumped out of the fucking plane, and his parachute malfunctioned when he came down and fucking sent, like, you know, like he came down like and crumpled his fucking body up, like.
Yeah.
But now that set, like, her whole family was weird since then now, and she's like super into the paranormal, and like here they were paranormal hunting out there, but then followed us strangers back to Lake Station to the abandoned house, and we took them back to the abandoned house. Yeah.
We took these. It was Cracker, me, Bobby, Sturdy, like I think maybe Frankie and PJ.
Yeah.
And we took them back to this house, Like, oh, you guys are in paranormal. Come with us. Like, we'll show you this house, whatever. And we got to the house, and that chick flipped out. Like, she was like, "There's something bad here. Something's wrong. Yada yada yada." Like, she was tweaking, and it was real weird because like we had already experienced this shit where we felt and heard the rumble in the fucking house, and the fucking floor shook, whatever. And PJ went to jump out that window, and he hit the window, and it didn't shatter. The whole pane fell out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, weird shit. Like, you would figure if someone's trying to bust through a window, it's just gonna break and fucking
the whole fucking
right out. But the whole.
But that just kind of goes back to showing you like what the local significance is of Stagecoach, where everyone kind of has an experience there. So that's crazy, Anthony, to hear that as like I guess we don't really think about that more, but that's our local
lore. Yeah,
like,
but
lore.
There wasn't another experience. I don't know if you were with us at the one time, but there's, you know, where you right before you come out of Stagecoach in Ogden Dunes, right? Is that what it said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So right before you come out of Stagecoach in Ogden Dunes, there was this little side road. They're like off to the left.
So they blocked it off?
Yeah, they blocked it off.
Yeah.
So we pulled up there one day, like, oh, let's go check it out. There's this like I guess a house. You know what I'm saying? Like a little like mobile home, or
no, it was just like a small,
like a manufactured house. You know what I'm saying? It was like a long trailer. You know what I'm saying? But we went back there, we stopped, whatever, cut the lights off, went back there. Oh, let's check it out. And I can't remember who the fuck was with me, but like there was, I swear that from what I remember is that we seen shadows. Cause like the front of it was like almost like the house in Lake Station was like a sunroom.
Yeah.
And it was just like, you know what I'm saying? Like a decent spot of part of the house was just like a sun, like you could see the windows. And I swear we seen a shadow, and cause like, yo, fuck it, let's ride out. Like, we're going. Like, fuck this shit. We hopped back in the car and dipped out. But just weird shit like that on Stagecoach Road. I remember we went down there with like Frankie and like Rochelle and all them one time. And Rochelle
almost crashed on that.
Almost crashed
right
on the road.
Tree. Yeah,
right in front of us. Like it was.
That's
like
what I'm saying. That's how I know, because recently some teenagers from Portage crashed over there and died on Stagecoach. So like still to this day, people are driving down Stagecoach to go see what Stagecoach, and then become a victim of Stagecoach now, you know, and it's
crazy
wild,
though,
you know? Because but I told my son, because I took him down there for him to drive. What I told him is, did we ever speed when we were going down Stagecoach?
Never.
Dog,
Never.
Anthony, I don't know if y'all did, but when we never sped when we were driving down Stagecoach. We drove slow, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's dark and windy.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
you can windy right off the road.
Yeah, none of
if you veer off,
only time I've ever seen people speed, they almost crash, like rolling there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like these teenagers that crashed in the last couple of years. It was last year, the year before. They were speeding through there, and I told my son when taking them to test drive and stuff that when we were young, we didn't speed through here. We slow rolled, you know, like we were trying to see ghosts and see deer and shit while we were driving through. We were never trying to speed, like, you know. We were just trying to slow roll through here, you know. Like another thing, we were getting high as fuck while we were driving through, but I was like, hey, we were slow rolling, you know. Like,
I was gonna say that was a big thing. Like when we used to do our cruises, you know, so our blunt.
It was enough time to smoke a blunt.
It was enough time to smoke blunt.
Yeah, you could go from one end to the other end and smoke a blunt if you rolled slow.
You drive slow. You end up by Ogden Dunes. By
and
that time, you're flicking that bitch out the window, and it's back down 12. Come back up, whatever, and you're home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But man, there's just a lot of shit on that road. Like I remember like doing with Lenny one time. we just went down there and cruised. And it was almost like, I don't know if he was fucking with us, but like his car almost died out. You know what I'm saying? There's on some weird shit, like just fucking like kind of just like, yo, bro, my car's acting weird right now. And
Those
it was
videos
like,
that I had that I've been showing you and shit,
Yeah.
I found video of us driving down Stagecoach and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
See,
that was just our thing. You know, we would drive down there. You know what I'm saying?
That was the
Like,
Blunt Cruise Road.
yeah, that was the Blunt Cruise Road. So that's cool that you brought that up, Anthony, because like I don't think that like we've really talked about Stagecoach at all during our Strange, Dark, and Mysterious episodes that we've done here. You know, but really it's like it is the local legend, and now I guess like. Even reading of that article about the people who, you know, passed away and crashed and stuff on there not too long ago, it shows that like that urban legend is still alive, that there are still people seeking out what might be out on this road. And like I said, unfortunately becoming part of the ghosts that now haunt that road, you know, it's called Stagecoach. My dad and his friends used to say, because, you know, there were the stagecoaches, that was the stagecoach route through there, you know, so already people had crashed from, you know, in their stagecoaches with it. So there would already be ghosts of, you know, the old time settlers and shit coming through there, you know. And I guess like there's not much development on there. There's no new houses. All the houses that are on there have been out there forever. You know, it's an old stretch of road.
Well, I got time for one more if you guys want to hear one more.
Absolutely, man. Please, thank you. Hey, and seriously, thank you so much, bro. And I'm gonna keep pressing on you, bro. If you need any help with any type of fucking anything you'll do, man, I really think you should pursue this and do a YouTube or some shit with this. These are cool stories, and especially if you like add the sauce on them a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So we were talking about Stagecoach Road. So when I was a kid, you know, I mean, you know how small the school is. You know, people talk. So people knew that Marciano and I were interested in the supernatural, blah, blah, blah. And we had friends too. So one night we get a call. You know, I get a call at my house, and it's from 3 of my friends. You know, it's Michelle Van Fleet, I think it's Jane Torres, and one other girl I can't quite remember off the top of my head now. And they're babysitting at a house where the backyard is, you know, past the backyard is Stagecoach Road. And they're like, you got to come out here. You got to come out here. We think there's somebody in the house. Right. And we're like, what? You know, so it was me and Marciano, and I think it was my boy Donovan. And we roll up, we get to the house. It's this big 2-story house, you know, where the backyard looks out on a Stagecoach Road. And we get in there and we're like, why do you think there's someone in the house? And they're like, we hear something moving around in the house. We hear something moving around. We hear somebody moving around. They kept saying someone, you know. And I'm like, okay, so what? You're being robbed? And they're like, we don't know. You know, we know all we know is we're scared. So, you know, they have a fireplace. This house had a fireplace. So each of us grab one of the fireplace, you know, poker things like you see in the movie. We grab one. We got them in the hand, right? And the first thing I'm like, okay, so we need to lock the front door. You know, go lock the back door, you know, the sliding door. We lock the sliding door, and then we start to proceed and go through every room of the house, right? Room by room, door by door, opening closets, you know, opening the door to the basement, you know, opening whatever doors. This was a big house, you know, so, you know, there was a den in this house, you know, there's rooms and pantries and, you know, so, okay, nothing on the first floor. We find nothing, you know, and we're all together as a group because the girls don't want to be by themselves, you know, so there's like 6 of us, me and my 2 boys and the 3 girls that were babysitting, right? So, all right, first go to the second floor, right? Check on the kids. The kids' rooms are okay. Open the closet doors. Check out the bathrooms. Check out, you know, the master bedroom. Check out everything upstairs, right? Nothing, right? Nothing. So we go up into the attic, right? Pull the cord, pull the thing, go up, check the attic. Cool. Nothing. We're like, okay, girls, whatever's going on, you know, maybe you smoked a little too much. Maybe, you know, you're watching some scary movies, you know, whatever. We make our way back downstairs, and the back sliding door that faces Stagecoach Road is open.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So we, you know, and you know, when we closed and locked that door, we closed and locked it, and we moved through the house as a group. So not one of us came down to open that door. You know, so whether it was a robber or whether it was something supernatural, you know, I couldn't tell you. It was a creepy story that happened to us on Stagecoach Road. We stayed with the girls until the parents came back and told them what happened.
About what year was that? Do you remember?
So I had my first car then. It was a 1980 Pontiac Bonneville, and that was like 1988. So I was probably like 16
like
when that happened.
it even
You
could
old
have
as
been.
fuck, boy.
It even though could have been someone, you know, sneaking in the house, because back then you could have got away with that shit. You know, back
Yes.
then, you
There
know, to
weren't
be a
cameras.
serial
There
killer
weren't
was
motion
easy.
lights.
Yeah, you know, to be a serial killer back then, it was easy. So even and in those type of neighborhoods, that neighborhood back in Stagecoach area, I mean, that'd be a spot where you could do some stranger shit and probably get away with it. You know.
All right. Yeah.
And so that's crazy. Like what, you know, this when we say strange, dark, and mysterious, you give us a little bit of everything. You give us some strange, dark. That shit was a little bit dark because the thinking of the implications that maybe could have been, you know what I'm saying? Outside of supernatural or paranormal, that really could have been, you know, back in the 80s, there was people out there, you know, breaking into houses and killing them easily, you know.
So, bro, I wanna before you go, I hope you got time for this one story. I know you were talking about it last time. When Stanley lived with us, and after he passed, and the strange.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Was that around the Ouija board era when Mom threw it away, right?
Right. But which story are we talking about? About Stanley and then Kyle, or are we talking about
either one, or both if you got time?
Well, but I mean, which story am I telling about Stanley?
I don't know. You could tell both of them. I remember you telling me stories about Stanley last time we were here and like how this shit went down. Later on with Kyle, if you want to tell that one, that would be crazy because like Kyle was after me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. But are we talking about the thing in the basement that I felt, or what are we talking about? I want to get the right story.
Either story, or if you have time for both sections of the story.
All right, well, but I'm not on the same page, bro. Start me off on this story. What do you remember me telling you, and then I'll jump in.
I remember you telling me something about like right before when Stanley was living with us, and then he passed away.
Right.
I don't know if that was around the same time when Mom was talking about the Ouija board and shit, and I do remember the one like where Kyle later on was like, "Yo."
Okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
So, all right, yeah, you're conflating a couple of stories. So, yeah, yes, there was a Ouija board that I made a Ouija board once upon a time. I took an old board from one of my dresser's drawers that broke, and I took the bottom of the dresser drawer out because it was broken anyway. And I bought a stencil set, and I made my own Ouija board, and then I would use one of Poppy's shot glasses as the planchette, right? And yes, my friends and I would play with it. Yes, it would react. Matter of fact, it's another Marcy story. And there was this spirit that Marcy had contacted through a Ouija board, not the one I made, but through another one. But whenever Marcy had his hands on the board, or if Marcy was in the room, this spirit would show up. Like, because we would do this in other people's houses. They had Ouija boards. It was a thing. And when I was a teenager, it was like going around. Whether it was, a Milton Bradley that you bought, out of the store, or if it was something older, I made one because I didn't want a store bought, whatever, Parker Brothers or whatever, who was selling them in the stores. And there was the spirit would show up and harass Marciano. And then like it would get mad at me because like my friend Donovan's mother had told us that, that like I'm supposed to keep Marcy on the straight and narrow from crossing a certain line. And Marcy's doing super well in his life now, so I guess I did my job. But that Ouija board didn't have anything to do with the Stanley story. Stanley was a boy of mine. We shared a locker together, and he ended up, for things I'm not going to get into, he ended up coming to stay with us our senior year, and we were tight. He was like another brother, and he was killed in a car accident when we were 21, and I had never put two to two together, and when my son was born, he, he's still brilliant, but he was walking and talking, right before he was, 12 months old, and, just super smart. And he had been physically abused by his stepfather. A guy broke his left wrist and left ankle before he was even 18 months old. and I got custody of my son. That's why I had custody of my son. I fought for custody and won. And he regressed. He stopped talking during, when he had gotten beat up, and I had to have him in speech therapy and physical therapy and all these therapies that he was in. And when he started talking again, he would say these things like, Dada, remember from when you were my friend? And I'm like, I've always been your friend, son. I'm your dad. I love you. We're the best of boys. It's me and you against the world. And he's like, no, from before. Do you remember from before you were my friend? You weren't my dada. You were my friend. And I'm like, I've always been your dad. What are you talking about? I don't know. Right. And then he's like, remember when my grandma died and I was sad and you made me feel better? And I'm like, honey, both your grandparents are still alive. And he's like, and he's like 2.5, maybe 3 tops when he's telling me these things. And he's like, no, Dada, not my mama Lucy, not my mama Marilyn, my other grandma. I said, baby, you only have 2 grandmas. You got a great grandma. You're talking about great grandma. She's still alive too. No, from before. And that was what he would say. He would tell me these things, right, that never made sense to me. And he would get frustrated because I didn't know what he was talking about, but he expected me to know. And he would always say, from before. So he told me, remember when my other daddy would hurt me, he would hit me, and I'd be like, who, Chris? Because that was his stepfather's name. And he's like, no, not him, my other daddy, my daddy in the blue suit. And I'm like, baby, you don't have a daddy that wears a blue suit. I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, from before, Dada, from before, right? All these stories. And then he would tell my mom things, Mama, before you were my mama, I came to live with you and you made me feel safe. You made me feel safe, and I love you. And she's like, well, honey, you're always safe here. You've always lived here. And he's like, no, from before. And she would come to me. My mom would come to me like, what is he talking about from before? What is he talking about from before? And I'm like, I don't know. So, this went on for 9 months, maybe a year tops. After his 4th birthday, he stopped talking about it. And for years, I never gave it a second thought. So, one day I was over visiting my mom, and she's down in the basement perpetually cleaning that basement. And she's like, why don't you come down and help me out? And I'm like, sure. So we're down there and we're going through boxes. And she's like, oh, I think this stuff over here might have been yours from when you were, when you used to live here, the stuff you left behind. So we're going through stuff, and there's old trophies that I had from high school and whatever. And I open this box, and in there is the memorial card from my buddy Stanley's birthday, right? Not from his birthday, from his funeral, right? And I flip over the card, and there's his born on, died on, right? And I guess my face went white because my mom said, it looks like you just saw a ghost. Are you okay? It's like, you're pale as, you're really pale. And I'm like, look at Stanley's birthday. And I never put 2 and 2 together. I never put 2 and 2 together. It never clicked to me. But Stanley's birthday and my son's birthday are the same day. They're both born on January 17th. And when I saw that, everything my son used to say, it was like I had the puzzle pieces, but I couldn't see the picture. And everything clicked when I saw that date.
You like an M. Night Shyamalan movie all of a sudden where you're like, oh, damn.
Yes, because Stanley, his grandmother died. I was the one who comforted him. Stanley had come to live with us. That's what he used to talk about when I came to live with you, and I lived here before when you were my friend. His stepfather used to beat on him. And he was a custodian who wore a blue suit, a blue jumpsuit. You've all seen those custodians in the blue suits at the schools.
Like the Michael Myers joint.
Yeah.
Right. So everything he said, it clicked. And so I believe that my son is reincarnation of my best friend from high school.
That's a really dope story.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's an awesome story. You almost you got me tearing up a little bit over here.
Yeah, that was a lot to talk about, Anthony. I appreciate you telling all that, man. That really that one really hit, man. That's awesome. Thank you so much for spending time with us tonight. I really appreciate you. Seriously, when Jiggy, look, man, I'm gonna say this word tonight. He was glowing knowing that you were gonna come out here and tell this story.
Hey, listen.
And when you were having trouble getting on, he was like, bro, my brother's trying to get out. Let's figure it out. this was really cool to hear
my thing
stories
too,
from Jiggy. This is Jiggy Lore we got to hear tonight.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
my thing too, though, it was like why I was glowing, why I was fucking geek, because my brother was on here.
Yeah.
Is because for those of you that don't know my big brother, he's always been super supportive, always been no matter what I did, has always had my back. You know what I'm saying? So like, I might be tearing up a little bit now, but like, this is my brother's always been supportive of the juggalo shit, whatever the fuck I was doing. Has always been there for me. So like, it's hype as fuck to have my brother on here. I'm elated, or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm honored that you'd ask me. I'm thrilled to come on. Thank you guys for having me. You know, I love you, little brother.
I love you too, brother. For those of you who don't know, I couldn't say brother when I was younger, so I always called him brother. So to this day, that's my big brother because I can't say brother.
The Jiggy Lore tonight, y'all. Get it.
But hey, again, bro, I love you so much. Thank you for pulling up and sharing your stories with us. Big different insight from the same shit that we kind of recycled a little bit, but again, like Bobby was saying,
different eyes,
different eyes from the same area, different experiences. It's fucking dope to hear the different stories from the same area.
Yeah.
That, you know what I'm saying, we experienced shit, you've experienced shit, so it's not just like
you got that Erie, Indiana shit
yeah,
put on tonight. It was dope, bro.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So thank you again for doing this for us and fucking pulling up, man. Like, I love you. You know I love you, brother.
Anthony, man, if you're gonna do this again, man, let us know.
Yeah,
and
for sure,
we'd
man.
love to have you on the next
Definitely
time we
give
do
you
the
a
Strange,
show.
Dark, and Mysterious.
Hey.
And maybe even if by then you have like an episode of your fictionalized version out, we'd love to play it on the show, man. That'd be fucking awesome, man.
What was it called? East what?
Plug it.
East Crucible.
East
Crucible.
Crucible. Yeah. So if you don't know, a crucible is you know, they use them in steel mills. They use them in chemistry, but it's a container that you heat up and it'll melt the impurities away in a metal, right? So if you say you're going to be smelting steel, right? You got your iron and you put it in a crucible, and when you heat the crucible and the metal melts, that's how you drain off the impurities. And that's why I want to call it East Crucible, because of the steel mills and all the lore from that too.
Steel mill lore, the steel mill lore from that. Yeah, we play on the steel mill lore a lot then also because that steel mill's in our veins, bro. That's why we can deal with all the shit that we deal with. You know.
But again, you know, big brother, I appreciate you coming on, brother. I love you. Thank you for sharing your stories. It was hella dope.
Yeah, the chat loved it too. Seriously, like I'm telling you, the chat loved it. So.
I don't know if you can see our chat, but like the chat was popping off like, yo, this is dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's dope as hell. And again, I appreciate you pulling up. It was
my pleasure. My pleasure. I love you, little brother. I love you guys. Thanks for having me. And I've got tons of stories. You know, there's shit that happened in that area. I got tons of stories. So next time you do an episode like this, hit me up and I'll come back.
Absolutely. Yeah, we want it for sure. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Have a good rest of your night and good rest of the weekend.
Thank you, bro.
Later. Love it.
Man, dog, how fresh was that when we got Jiggy's brother to come and drop some fucking
which is crazy because like the stories he told like that, like I mean, besides the one with my nephew and Stan, I don't remember him telling me those stories.
Yeah.
So that's even fresher that it's the first time I've heard these stories. And
Doug, and I would love to hear the embellished versions of some of those stories then too.
Like,
you know what I'm saying? Spice it up a little bit.
I've heard the one with my nephew.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah,
because, like you know,
look, bro,
because
we just got like he told us some stories, but then your brother just got really real with us and told us shit that was like deep, real shit. He didn't have to tell with us tonight. So I really appreciate that.
I remember
like
I
he
was
told us
probably
some real deep shit tonight.
I was probably like Bella's age, bro. If not, maybe a little bit older. But I remember Stanley living with us.
Yeah.
And I remember that dude. He was super cool.
That's cool when your parents were like that too, because you know that's how my parents were. My older brother.
Yeah, my parents.
Even Wayne Klinsky.
More than once have pulled in my brother's friends, my sister's friends have lived with us.
Yeah, bro.
Even Cracker at one point in time.
Maybe
bro,
it was even a different
like,
area at
hey,
that
with
time
us,
though
you
too.
know
But
what I'm
that's how it
saying?
was for us though too. You remember being there and
Yeah.
Luke on the couch living at my house,
Yeah.
or fucking I don't know if you were there when Rudy, but then even Wayne Klinsky when
Yeah,
Wayne
Wayne,
Klinsky ran away and lived with me. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's just super dope. And I mean, to me that was a big highlight. And we'll be talking about that.
But wasn't that fresh though to get like I met Why Not's friend a couple of weeks back or whatever, but I feel like that's like the same thing that you guys get to see. You guys get to see Jiggy's Fresh's brother, so you guys get to see kind of where it comes from or who Jiggy is. And I only met Anthony a few times growing up with Jiggy, you know, but I knew he was that kind of guy, you know what I'm saying? He was like where he was like in tune with this type of shit, could tell a good story, you know what I'm saying, but also experience it. So that was really fresh.
My brother, like I said, man, like what made it hype for me was like he was always a big supporter of whatever the fuck I did.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And when my mom would rag on me like, oh, this is a phase, this juggalo stuff is, you know, they're rapping about devil shit. You know what I'm saying? My brother was like, hey bro, it's cool, you know what I'm saying? Like I respect it. You know what I'm saying? Like so like to have my big brother, it was fucking hella fresh, bro. I love that shit, man. That had me beaming like a motherfucker. I'm still cheesing.
I loved it. Hey, but that's the magic of the Weekly Web Show.
Yeah, man.
Almost 6 years here with you guys. That's some magic that we get to. And I know people have been talking. This is your first time watching The Strange, Dark, and Mysterious. This is just something that we like to do here. It's going to be a new thing that we do it after Trash Fire and then during October. So you get 2 episodes of The Strange, Dark, and Mysterious here every year on the Weekly Web Show. And Humble Among and Bridget Bites have been guests the last couple of times. What do you guys think about having Jiggy Fresh's brother in here to tell some stories tonight?
It's crazy. I mean, the first story was really good, but that second one, like,
it felt like he got deeper and deeper into some wild shit, bro. Like they got the heart moving and pulled on some strings more and more as it went on. Right?
The part where the son's talking to
Stanley,
your mom or your grandma, you know, like it's crazy. That was crazy.
He's really good at telling the stories too, and you can tell that he's not full of shit. Like you can tell that he's not bullshitting. You know what I mean? Like that shit really happened.
That was the thing too. Like growing up, like my brother's really into like he's 12 years older than me. I'm 12 years older than his son that he was talking about, Kyle. So like we're
shout out Kyle.
Yeah, shout out nephew, dog. If y'all haven't peeped the shit, Ragnarok, go peep his flows.
Rapid shit.
Yeah, he raps shit. But anyway, me and my brother are 12 years apart, and me and his son are 12 years apart. So like, I was the baby of the family. You know what I'm saying? Like my older brother, I have 2 sisters in between me and my brother. Right? My mom always used to tell me, my brother, I prayed for you, little bro. Like, I wanted a little brother, you know what I'm saying? Yada, yada, yada. And here I am. You know what I'm saying? So, like, my big brother was a heavy influence on me growing up. And, like, anything that I did, he supported. This juggalo shit, anything, like, he would always have my back through anything. Like everything that I've ever, any hardships and fucking lows I've been through, highs, my brother's been there for me. So like to me, I did get teared. I almost like full balled out with my brother being on there. You know what I'm saying? But like he's always showed love and always showed a passion for what I'm doing. Like, oh, that's cool, bro. Like I fuck what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? That's cool, bro. Like I'll definitely come on. Like when I asked him to come on, he was like, hell yeah, that's a dope idea. I'll definitely come on and tell some stories. I'm hyped for it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to me means hell of a lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, that motherfucker's always been there for me, man. Like that's my blood brother. You know what I'm saying? These are my brothers, but that's my legit. We came from the same womb. You know what I'm saying? Different daddies, The same one.
Doug. And he definitely looks a lot like your mother, and he looks a little bit like Pudge Main there. That's where that Alexia vibes coming through there or whatever, but you can see it. But Pudge looks a lot like your dad, though, too. Yeah. But hey, man, this is strange, dark, and mysterious. You know what I'm saying?
We haven't heard from the guest yet.
Tonight, I do want to give it to the guests. I know Bridget is here, and she's here to jump on our stories. She said she doesn't necessarily have a news story, and she just wanted to suck it all in with us. You know what I'm saying? Absorb it in. You know what I'm saying?
I have plans for future stories, but it takes a little bit of legwork. So I'm gonna have some shit on the next episode, but I'm really just here to listen and like vibe with y'all stories.
Hell yeah! Speaking of legwork. The story I'm getting ready to drop on you guys right now started for sure as a tribute, 100% to the strange, dark, and mysterious Mr. Ballin. You know what I'm saying? I first heard anything about the story we're getting ready to give to you right now in an episode of Mr. Ballin. And that episode led me into many nights of falling asleep, not just his channel, but other channels, because I was already going to sleep listening to Mr. Ballin before I heard this particular story. But I went on a cave diving exploration video a binge after this, and then listened to a lot of underwater caving shit, spelunking cave stuff. But this story here, I was able to go down to Kentucky last year and visit the area that this took place. I did a few things with this, and I decided to first just kind of tell a story, and then I'm going to go ahead and present some facts for you. Oh, I think these are the same ones, so they should be changed. But I'm going to go ahead and start this up right now with just a little bit of story, and then I'm going to back it up with a little bit of some fact, and then some on-the-scene stuff, you know what I'm saying? But this is Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, much motherfucking love, and this is the story of Floyd Collins and Sand Cave. Depths of Kentucky's Mammoth Cave System, a tale of survival and tragedy unfolded as Floyd Collins found himself trapped deep underground on January 30th, 1925. As the icy grip of winter tightened its hold, Floyd ventured into Sand Cave in search of a new entrance to the network of caves, hoping to attract tourists to the area despite the harsh conditions. The weather was unforgiving that day, with temperatures hovering near freezing and a thick blanket of snow covering the ground above. But Floyd was undeterred, driven by his passion for exploration and discovery. Little did he know, this would be the last journey he would ever take. As Floyd ventured deeper into the cave, tragedy struck when a large rock shifted, pinning his leg beneath his weight. Alone in the darkness, with no one to hear his cries for help, Floyd faced a grim reality. He was trapped, with little hope of escape. News of Floyd's plight spread quickly, sparking a massive rescue effort involving local authorities, cave explorers, and concerned citizens. Despite the treacherous conditions, they worked tirelessly to free Floyd from his rocky prison. As the days passed, the harsh winter weather only compounded the challenges faced by the rescue teams. Temperatures plummeted and snowstorms swept through the area, making progress slow and dangerous.
"We're doing everything we can to reach him,"
one rescuer said, his breath visible in the frigid air.
"But the conditions down there are brutal. It's like trying to navigate through a frozen labyrinth."
Despite their best efforts, the rescue teams struggled to make headway against the stubborn rock that held Floyd captive. Each passing day brought new challenges and setbacks, but they refused to give up hope.
"It's a race against time,"
another rescuer remarked, his voice filled with determination.
"We know Floyd's chances of survival are dwindling each hour that passes, but we won't stop until we bring him home."
But as the days turned into weeks, hope began to fade. Despite their best efforts, the rescue teams were unable to reach Floyd in time. On February 17th, after 18 days trapped underground, Floyd Collins succumbed to exposure and starvation. As the news spread, the nation mourned the loss of a brave explorer whose passion for discovery ultimately cost him his life. But Floyd's legacy lived on, serving as a reminder of the dangers that lurk in the depths of the earth and the brave spirit of those who dare to explore them. depths of Kentucky's Mammoth Cave system, 1925. As the icy depths of
Yo, that's crazy that they found him on Juggalo Day.
Yeah, straight up. Well, I'm trying to. I have another video that has some facts because I skipped over a lot of the facts that were in that.
That was the original Juggalo.
But I hope you guys are digging that shit. I see that.
That was
shit.
good.
Yeah, Juggalo audiobook coming soon. There's another one where I have like the facts or whatever. Where the fuck is it?
Bobby,
Hold on, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, find the facts.
Yeah, all right.
Hold on just a moment.
So to pick
ladies
up off
and
that, I'm going to run
gentlemen,
this a little bit.
find the
It
facts.
explains a little bit more about it, and then it has the clip of Mr. Ballin talking about the part that I thought that was like one of the most scariest parts. So I'm going to play this real quick.
Floyd went in about 115 feet and was down about 55 feet when a limestone block fell from the ceiling and trapped him. It fell on his left foot, pinning him, debris falling down from the ceiling, trapping his arms as well, so that in a position like in a barber chair, inclining slightly upward, Floyd was covered with dirt and was in an earthen straitjacket. Now at this point, his friends and relatives began to gather to try to get him out. Here you see two of his brothers and his father arrived on the scene about 4 hours later trying to find where Floyd was. They tried to get down to him. They found that only one man could work there at a time, and they could come in only wriggling on their bellies, head to head, talking to Floyd, but being unable to extricate him. After they failed, trying everything they could, outsiders began to arrive, hearing of Floyd's plight.
These are the voices you heard
miners who
from
came
these
from
guys.
southern Indiana,
That
from
wasn't
southern
me, that was
Ohio,
these guys. I
from
tapped it in for
Muhlenberg
sure.
County in Kentucky, in an attempt to give their services to get Floyd Collins out of his earthen coffin. The gentleman in the upper left-hand corner, which is barely visible there, became one of the chief rescuers. He was a young 20-year-old cub reporter who was sent down from the Louisville Courier-Journal to report on the story and stayed to become one of the chief persons trying to get Floyd Collins out. His name was William Burke Miller, nicknamed Skeets because he was so small. He was only 5'4" and weighed 110 pounds and was one of the few who could make his way down to where Floyd had wriggled. Not long after these various attempts failed and a cave-in occurred just above Floyd's head, cutting him off from potential rescuers, other outsiders came. These individuals came at the request of the governor of Kentucky, who, worried about the confusion at the cave and the inability to get Floyd out, called out the National Guard under the command of General Denhart. General Denhart and a contingent of some over 50 National Guardsmen moved in, set up tents, and thereafter took over the responsibility for trying to get Floyd from his situation. Not long afterwards, engineers and specialists came in. They decided to sink a shaft and set up this operation. You'll notice the bucket going down into a 6-foot by 6-foot heading that went down into the ground through very sloppy conditions, since it was February by this time and groundwater was making the area very mushy. They, of course, were trying to drive a shaft 55 feet to where Floyd was and get him out directly in that way. By this time, of course, it had become national news. The press throughout the country now played up Floyd's plight, and he was, in a form, a kind of a hero. Americans, being curious as they are, came to the scene in droves. Here's a 4-mile-long traffic jam outside of Sand Cave on February the 8th, a Sunday, when people converged on Sand Cave hoping to see a man in death throes. Of course, they saw no such thing. They were kept away from the heading by barbed wire that had been set up, and a kind of a carnival atmosphere resulted instead, where hamburgers were sold and balloons and artifacts of one sort or another from the cave country. Floyd, meanwhile, dying under their feet.
And so over the course of those 50 hours, Floyd began going in and out of consciousness, and he began not being able to differentiate between what was real and what was not. At one point, he would say that he believed the cave had kind of opened up and these angels riding golden chariots with flaming wheels had come in to save him. And as they were lifting him out of the cave, he smelled food and coffee. And then suddenly his hallucination cleared and he realized he was trapped in the darkness all alone, still in this cave. And it was like it destroyed his morale. And so Floyd is really starting to go downhill, and the rescuers are realizing they need to do something, and they need to do something now. But at the 130-hour mark, things got even worse for Floyd. As he was laying there in the tunnel, this was sometime in the middle of the night, and so no rescuers were actively down there trying to chisel their way down to him. He was laying there, and he was listening to the sound of the running water somewhere outside the cave, and that sound was kind of amplified down to him. And then all of a sudden, he heard the sound of falling rocks somewhere up above. And then when those rocks stopped and it went silent again, he could not hear the sound of the running water. It was very muffled. And that was when he realized that there must have been a cave-in somewhere higher up in the cave, which meant potentially there could be a significant block just to get down to him. Forget about widening this tunnel. I mean, he could be actually entombed inside of Sand Cave.
Alright guys, it's your boy BobeBlaze, and we talk a lot about the strange, dark, and mysterious, and as another tribute to the strange, dark, and mysterious, we are here in front of Sand Cave, the infamous Floyd Collins. If you've seen it on Mr. Bowen, that's why we're here today to check it out. We decided to come at night before we get back here in the morning, but it's right behind me, the entrance to Sand Cave, where after 17 days in the darkness, Floyd Collins was found dead. It's an awesome story. Look into it. It's pretty crazy to be here right now. Alright, here we are at the infamous trailhead to Sand Cave. As we were talking, Sand Cave is where the story of Floyd Collins takes place. We watched it on Mr. Bowen together. We showed you clips of it. So we're going to go take the trail now to the actual cave where Floyd Collins was trapped for 17 days before passing away.
These leaves falling right now, look at that. Look at them just...
Alright, we're back. It's daytime now, and we are at the entrance of Sand Cave. Last night we came here, it was completely dark. You couldn't see really anything, so it didn't give you the vastness of what you see behind me now. How quick this cliff drops off here, the cliff face that's there, or the entrance really of the cave behind me. It's pretty interesting, like, to think we were walking through this trail and thinking about, they said that there was thousands of people that had gathered around here, and they were selling food, and newspapers and bootleggers were coming through, and all the newspapers are here. They were even selling tickets to it. They had to erect a fence to keep people back. In that 17 days, it was just crazy. They called it Carnival Sunday because at one point, like I said, there was thousands of people setting up tents and everything, mostly just trying to see the spectacle, and few trying to help. Pretty wild. All right, yeah. So that was the story of Floyd Collins here, strange, dark, and mysterious tribute. You know what I'm saying? It was surreal to be on the road that led up to that shit, and to think like the road that they show with all the cars blocked and shit, but that road's still the same way that it really kind of was. You know what I'm saying? So it was wild to see. They blew the cave in, so you can't get in from that entrance anymore. But that's where the entrance was originally, and really it didn't even look like that before. He had like kind of went down a hole instead, and they blew it open and then eventually blew it closed. But yeah, it was wild just being there and shit. That night, actually, when we went in the darkness, we were chilling there. Jonas made sure that I told this part of the story. So we were chilling there, right? And after I had finished that video, right next to us on the fucking, there was like a wooden, like, armrail that I was sitting on, like right by it. A phone started fucking ringing, dog. Just like
a phone,
a fucking cell phone starts going, like fucking lights up, starts ringing and shit. And we're like, oh, what the fuck? Jonas told me not to tell the rest of the story, but these people did come, bro. And as we were leaving the trail, like this guy and his 2 daughters jump out. And I was like, you guys looking for your phone? They're like, yeah, like, hey, like we just left it down the trail. We didn't even grab it, you know what I'm saying? We're like, we're in the middle of the woods or whatever. But Doug, tell me how you're in the middle of the fucking woods. You're in the middle of the woods. I literally just cut this fucking video, and all of a sudden this phone just lights up and starts vibrating on the thing. It wasn't even ringing. It was like, oh, we're like, what the fuck? Like, yo, like, it was fucking wild as hell. But if you ever can, man, Mammoth Caves is like super easy to get to from this part of Indiana, but it's easy to get to, really fucking fresh to see everything that's down there. Cool ass cave trails, but just seeing that on Mr. Ballin is really like what made me want to get down there. Yeah.
Mammoth Caves.
Yeah,
it's pretty dope.
It's wild out there, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, all the little shops and shit, but like when you start going in there,
Yeah, we literally asked that when we were on the break.
But like,
yes.
We don't know.
We're gonna catch it after the show.
You're just chilling. That's our mascot.
Oh, but man, think about that though. Be it like
Prez should have grabbed him. Prez had the best chance to grab him.
I thought Prez was gonna grab him. I didn't want him to kick him, but I thought Prez was at least gonna grab him. But
I threw my chocolate at it.
But think about that though. Being fucking trapped in a cave and like that. I put that segment of what Mr. Ballin said, like where he was hallucinating and that seeing himself kind of getting out of there, man. That's just gotta fuck with you so bad, you know.
What do you think about?
But he survived, you know. Well, they don't know how long he survived, but he was down there for 2 weeks. You know, once that other cave-in happened, he could have died that night or whatever. They didn't know, but it said he was at least dead for at least.
Could you
24 hours
imagine just being trapped?
Well, so you've been down into those caves. You've been into caves before?
Nope,
Right.
never.
I don't know if any of the rest of you guys been in caves, but I'm sure when you went down there for the caves, they turned the lights off at one point to show you how dark. So I've been to Cave of the Winds in Colorado. We went there. We went there, right? Yeah.
I don't know. No,
we didn't go into the caves when we went up there.
Probably.
Yeah, we went up there. We didn't just go into the caves. But I've been in those caves and I've been into these caves, and they did the same thing where they turn off the lights. It's fucking completely dark. There's no light.
Like,
you know, there is absolutely there's no light that gets in there, so there's nothing your eyes can do. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing your eyes can reflect off of. So until they found him and brought him like an electric light, he was just laying there in the fucking dark. You know, like think how scary that has to be just in itself, just laying there for hours in the fucking in the dark in a cave.
Shit, Isaiah had to be younger.
And shit.
We took him to that. We took Isaiah to that dinosaur world.
Yeah, that's right up the road.
Yeah, it's right up the road from them. So we went and did the exploring shit in the Mammoth Caves, and they did do that where they shut the lights off, and you're like, bro, it's dark.
No, I mean it's impossibly dark. I mean you wouldn't be able to see shit. Yeah, I mean if you think you can see your hand in front of you, you're just your brain thinking that it's there. You don't see anything.
You can feel it, like you know you're waving your hand, but you cannot see.
Your eyes have to work on reflecting light, and your eyes aren't going to work in any type of darkness. It's so crazy. So when the story goes on, it's just wild that thing does happen. And he's not the only person, man. I mean, like caving accidents happen like that so often, but like his was just wild because he was just trapped inside.
I know Darby be hating on Ghost Adventures, but like I've seen the shit where like they went through these certain caves or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and fucking this weird shit happens. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's the energies in there. It's it's the energies that's inside these caves. Limestone, granites, water that runs through there, you know, that kind of go off it. The links for both those. The other video reference that I use in there was I found it's on some archive YouTube, and it's a video footage from the 80s. Really, I suggest you guys watching that shit. First of all, because it's always funny watching people from the fucking it's 1980s, so they're still just late 70s style, and they're telling stories, and that's my favorite is watching old men in the fucking like late 70s and 80s talk about shit like this. So these three guys talk about this. But But he goes into a lot more facts and has a lot more pictures than I put into the little summary story that I did or whatever. So I recommend watching that for sure. But the Mr. Ballin shit is fun, man. Like, you know, Mr. Ballin, I know he's really animated with his hands and shit and fucking doing all this, but that's how I first heard the story. There is many YouTubers, and shout out to all of them who did really cool in-depth stories on the Floyd Collins incident. And like, it's big lore, you know what I'm saying? It's a big story. It's a story because, like the guy said in the 1980s archive video, that it's an American thing to get behind some weird shit like this, you know, whether it's a little girl gets stuck in the well, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got the whole world going to hell, you know what I'm saying, and trying to help. That's some shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it's always been forever. So, you know, going back even, this is, you know, the 1920s for this guy got stuck in the cave. Hey, we all gotta get behind the man stuck in the cave, you know what I'm saying? Or it's fucking towers getting, you know, when the Strife Towers got struck, you know, like America always finds a fucking reason to get behind some fucking crazy shit, you know what I'm saying? And even back then, that was one of the ways that they got behind some shit. And it was just cool hearing how it happened, you know, hearing from different perspectives. And because it is still kind of close to the region, but it does touch base onto stay the fuck up out the woods, you know what I'm saying? So Humble Among, Bridget Bites, we have you on the chat or on the panel here. What did you guys think of that story? And you guys got anything to go off of any of those?
Humble, you can start.
Yeah, that was interesting. I've never heard of that one before. I actually thought it was going into some like underwater sea cave diving videos because I'd seen some of that shit on Mr. Ballin before. I had not heard of this one before though at all. So yeah, it's definitely terrifying, the prospect of just sitting in the dark and knowing that you're maybe fucked.
Yeah, man.
You're probably fucked. Like, that's terrifying.
And then to think about, like, you know, then you see somebody like, you know, his brother came and got down to him, you know, then you see him and you're like, all right, cool, man, my brother's here, we're gonna get the fuck out of the situation. And then it just keep going and you know, don't get out of the situation. That's just that's wild.
It's really a sad story. I first heard it on Mr. Ballin too, and I will say, like, there's certain things that just creep you out more than other things. You know, everybody's different, but confined spaces freaks me the fuck out. And like the ocean, caves, like confined small spaces where
hey, I feel you on that ocean.
Jing is a big fucking afraid of that. What's that? Thalassophobia or some shit?
Thalassophobia.
Yeah,
I got like
that shit.
Oh, listen, checks out. Years ago, I was probably like a junior, sophomore in high school. I got family that lives in Hawaii. Me and my parents at one time we went out there and visited for vacation. We were in Hawaii. My uncle was like, hey, come on, let's go on these boards. And I was like, no, man, like I'm cool, you know, whatever. He was like, no, come on, like we'll just go out, whatever. So we're laying on these surfboards, and at the time he was working for like making surfboards. So like it's something he did, something he made, whatever. So we were paddling, and the next thing I know, like I just happened to look over my shoulder, and I couldn't see the beach at all. Like I couldn't see anybody, and everybody. If I did see anybody, they would look about this big.
That's not far. You all the way.
Yeah, like we went out there, bro, and like other parts when I was out there in Hawaii, like we did submarine tours and shit like that, like weird shit. But like we paddled out there, and once I looked back, and everybody was this fucking big, or I couldn't see them at all. I was like, yo, I was like, I want to go back. Like, and in reality, it probably wasn't that far out, but like just thinking about it, because I have that fear, like, yo, what the fuck? Everything I've seen about the ocean, like we know more about space than we do know about the ocean. You know what I'm saying? So like, you don't know what.
I was even hearing Jiggy just say that.
You don't know what the fuck's about to come up underneath you. You know what I'm saying? It could be some weird ass shark whatever.
About it,
Something's gonna
there's no water, there's no resources, just sun beating down on you. There's
Yeah.
nowhere, like no one can hear you scream.
Yeah,
Literally,
and the thing about it though too, like in Hawaii, like I'm not gonna lie, like the water like is clear. It's
Yeah, but
crystal
still,
clear.
that shit just makes it look like you fucking.
Yeah, but like
drink it, but you can't.
I went on a submarine tour while I was there. You know what I'm saying? We did it like around like Pearl Harbor and shit. But like the further you go down, it's like a color thing. Like you lose certain colors when you go down. Like Bobby's red shirt. Once you go down to certain shit
levels, yeah.
it looks like mine. It looks
That's why, like when you got underwater cameras, you got to get those filters.
You have to get the filters because they give you a card once you get on that submarine. Like the further you go down, the more colors.
Much love, JR.
Get lost.
I saw that virtual reality shit he was doing. Much love, man.
But I do. To me, Bridget, I feel you on that because besides like family matter shit, like losing my kids, I have the hugest fear of thalassophobia. Like I do not want to be. I don't want to drown. I don't want to get ate by something that's fucking 20 times bigger than me. I don't want to be out there. And like when we're on that board, and I'm laying on the board, just like, you know what I'm saying, just doggy paddling, whatever. And I look back and I can't see shit. I was like, yo, I'm ready to go back. My uncle, like, he's, you know, Army veteran.
He's like Raymundo off of motherfucking rocket power and shit.
Yeah. He made surfboards. He serves. He's like, oh, this ain't nothing, nephew. I'm like, oh, I'm ready to go back, dog. Like, I can't. Like, I was like legit damn near pro. And then, when I was with my ex, we had went to Florida, whatever, big family trip with her brothers and sisters and all that shit. And me and my daughter wanted surfing lessons. My oldest daughter, she wanted surfing lessons. All right, come on, baby, let's go. But she got sunburned like the day before. So she was like, Dad, I don't want to go, you know. So me and my ex-sister-in-law went. And at one point in time, we were out there in the water. The surf instructor was like, don't move, just be still. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, what do you mean be still, bro? Like, I'm like, what's around me? He's like, just don't move, be still. And I'm like, dude, like, what? Like, no, don't tell me that. Like, what's around me right now? Like, what the fuck do I gotta look out for? Do I have to put my feet back on this motherfucking board? Like, but he was like, don't move, whatever you guys do. It was a manatee.
Yeah.
But he was like, but at the same time, like, bro, like, you don't fucking freak people out like that, bro, because people have a legit fear of ocean water, bro. Like, and we weren't far out, like super far. Like, I could still see the beach, I could still see people, whatever, at that time in Florida. But he was like, don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. And I was like, bro, I'm on a surfboard like this and shit. Like, what do you mean don't move, bro? Like, it's a manatee. Just look to your left. I'm like, motherfucker, bro. Like, I could have legit punched the fuck this dude in his throat because I was like, I was shook, bro. Like, I was about to piss myself because I was like, yo, what the fuck is underneath me? What's by me right now? Because he's telling us don't move. And it was a fucking manatee, bro.
No.
Like, come on, man. I could have surfed past the manatee, but like shit like that. Like, I just don't fuck with deep ocean water, bro. Like lake water, Lake Michigan. Shit, I'll be out there all day.
Yeah, for real. Remember that time we were trying to get as deep as we could in the lake.
See me swagging. Yeah. But you put me in a
real
Pacific or like Atlantic or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with that shit, bro.
I think manatees can get real aggressive towards humans too.
They might.
They can.
But I mean, like,
hey, real quick though, man, this is just coming just in. It's going off of what we're talking about tonight. Violent J, the Duke of the Wicked, will be performing or appearing at a paranormal and psychological convention called ParaPsyCon May 17th through the 19th. This event also features something called Hearse Mania, where a bunch of hearses, like funeral type vehicles, get together in a gathering to show off their tricked out hearses. This is going on in Ohio. On May 17th. Yeah, everything's fucking in Ohio. Paranormal and Psychic Convention. So it's called Parapsychon, going down May through the 19th, featuring Hearse Mania and more. It's taking place at the Ohio State Reformatory, which has been seen on the History Channel, Nat Geo, Warner Brothers, Sony, Netflix, Travel Channel, and Hulu.
Are they doing a convention at a haunted place? Oh, what happened? Uh-oh. Is they gone? What happened?
They got freeze framed.
Yeah, they got freeze framed. It sounds like that convention's at a haunted place, though, no?
Is that what they said? I missed it.
I think so. They said, is it like some place that was on the History Channel or some shit?
Ooh, it sounds dope, whatever it is.
I wonder if Jay is actually doing something like a seminar or he's just signing autographs.
I feel like you might want to speak on some stuff, but yeah, maybe he is just like taking pics and signing autographs. Either way,
there it
that's
is.
cool.
All right, I'm looking this shit up now. Oh, look at this. We took over the show, Bridget.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What time is it?
It's almost midnight. Let's see. Ohio State Reformatory. Filming location of the Shawshank Redemption.
Oh,
Interesting.
okay. That's a good movie. It's not really paranormal, but that's cool.
Trying to see if it has any history or something.
If it wasn't so far away, I'd be trying to pull up to that though.
That sounds lit. That sounds lit.
Yeah.
There they are.
Can you hear us? Sorry.
We can hear you.
We died for a second. I'm right now. I'm off my tablet right now, so that's why you can only see me and not the cool ass background that we got. BobeBlaze is currently working on scientific shit, but yeah, to go off everything you said, we're not going back to Ohio until they get. But that is fucking dope that It's crazy that they just released that while we're talking about the paranormal.
Yeah, that's dope.
It's all
I would actually be into going to that. I just don't think I'll probably be able to make that work.
Humble, if you make it work, we'll make it work. All right.
Oh man, don't throw the gauntlet down like that.
I don't want to throw the gauntlet down, but if you make it work, we will make it work, and we will come meet you there.
That is like next week.
Yeah,
right. It is.
There's no way I can make that.
Like that's not happening. I have too much going on.
Dog, that's fucking next week or some shit. It's not fucking happening.
Yeah.
But for y'all who are watching and you guys live close to wherever the fuck Ohio it's at, definitely pull up. You got speakers such as
Mr. Bollinger.
Zathis, Ben Henson, Violent fucking J. That's all that fucking matters. I don't know any of these other people who I'm looking in here who are guests or whatever. It looks like Brooks and Dunn.
Brooks and Dunn?
No, I don't know.
What's up?
D'Angelo Williams. No one that I really know besides our boy Violent J.
If Zach Baggins ain't there?
No, if Zach Baggins there, with Darby would pull up.
Darby loves Zach Baggins.
Yeah, he's his favorite.
He loves Ghost Adventures.
Speakers. I don't know if Violent J is coming in as a speaker or what, but I think that was cool that that information was dropped during the show. So
to drop off on this another strange, dark, and mysterious thing, right? And the hearse thing that you just brought up. There was this dude I worked with, right? His name was Otis. This old time dude. This black dude, but he he would always dye his goatee. He had a pink goatee, right?
OT with the pink goatee.
So we're like in this warehouse, we got these, different pillars for different parts, the set board or whatever. And they get dusty. You know what I'm saying? Like you can write your fucking name on the dust. He drew. Can you hear me? What the fuck did you do? All right. Otis on his dusty pillar drew an alien head, kind of similar to Humble Amongst. You know what I'm saying?
Natural born head.
We use the emoji, but it was real similar to the oval shape, crown, whatever, triangle shit with the eyes. This motherfucker would sit there and talk to this pole with this alien head. And someone caught him one night. Like it was like overnight, so like we on the overnight shift. Now someone was like, yo, this like, who the fuck are you talking to? He's like, oh, I was talking to my friend, whatever. And it was an alien head that he drew on his yellow, like it was painted yellow for like safety shit. It was painted yellow. The dust was on there. He drew an alien head. He was talking to it, right? But this motherfucker on the her shit where I was getting to, he would every day I think he has like 2 or 3 different hearse where he would put. Remember, I think I sent that in the chat before. Where this dude had a hearse and he would drive it to work, and in the front he would have like a Halloween decoration of a skeleton sitting in the passenger seat. In the back, there was like a casket speaker box, which was fresh as fuck to me. But like there was a casket speaker box with a skeleton laying on the inside of it. But he would legit talk to this fucking alien head he drew on his pillar, and just be like, somebody was like, yo.
So Humble Among, what was that guy talking to you about when he channeled you on the pillar?
I was gonna ask what he was talking to the pillar about. Like what was the guy saying to it?
Nope, nobody knows, bro. Like they pulled up on him, but he was like legit, like hands to my face, like this is the pillar, and he was like, whatever, talking to whatever he was saying, and someone was like, yo, Otis, like, hey man, like, cause I work in the drywall, so like there's these stacker things, whatever. So like he was the driver, and he would pull out the loads when they were done. Like, yo, Otis, this load is done. Like, what's up, dog? Like, come pull up over here. And someone was like, yo, he was just balls deep into this fucking conversation with this fucking pillar. There was like a safety zone pillar, whatever. Like on the other side, we said like scrap board, like bullshit. Maybe that wasn't.
You guys just never knew what he was doing.
Oh, and he doesn't work there anymore.
Yeah. Well, speaking of aliens on the ship, man, Humble Among, we're here tonight, man. Just a little bit longer to chop it up. I know we've had you for a while. Our grand champion, 2 years running, actual motherfucking ruler of Outworld, Humble Among. Do you got anything you wanted to talk about with us tonight? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there's a couple of different ways we could go. If it's the Stay the Fuck Out of the Woods edition, we could talk a little 411 shit.
Yeah, man. Unofficial Stay the Fuck Out of the Woods. I feel like, just because it was Anamoya season, it was cool to go off of that. You know what I'm saying?
There's also like this Allagash alien abduction story that's very much Stay the Fuck Out of the Woods vibes.
Dog, you're Humble Among. You represent the alienated. I want to hear some
Allagash. I'll do the Allagash thing real quick because that's like one of my favorite UFO lore stories.
Yeah.
So let's see. In 1976, basically these 4 dudes from the Massachusetts College of Art, they're like longtime friends, and they go camping every year type beat, right? 2 of them are twins, Jack and Jim Wiener.
Wiener.
Along with their friends Chuck Rack and Charlie Fultz. So these guys, let's see. I want to see where it's at here. Allagash. I think it's in Maine, I want to say. I think it's Allagash, Maine. Hold on a second. I'm kind of running and gunning here.
Yeah, 76 Allagash, Maine. Allagash Waterway, Maine. Yeah, Allagash
so they're
Waterway,
they're
Maine.
camping pretty deep into the woods, right? It's pretty secluded. So one of the nights they would go on the lake, and they would set a campfire sort of to mark where their camp is, so that they would be able to go back and find their spot. Basically, one of the nights they saw this thing in the sky, a light in the sky, and it was sort of far away and getting closer and closer. And they did this thing where they sort of shined the SOS symbol, or the SOS Morse code at the thing in the sky, and it started to come towards them. So they got freaked out, and they started paddling towards the campfire. Now, this campfire that they had built on the beach was huge. They made it really big so it would last a few hours. Basically, they remember paddling to the shore, it getting closer. Suddenly, they're just on the beach, and the fire is in embers and is dying. Then this happens like that, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And they don't really talk about why that happened. They just go to sleep. They just go into their tents and go to bed. Now they kind of don't, and they don't remember anything. And years later, they I believe it's one of the Wieners goes under he starts having nightmares about beings, and he goes and he has what do you call it? Hypnosis. He goes under hypnosis, regressive hypnosis, and which is a controversial thing to really honestly in the paranormal, because sometimes you can implant ideas just as easily as bring them up.
Yeah, almost like you would do like if you were interrogating somebody, but kind of like
that's where it gets
while you're talking with
that's
somebody.
where this story gets a little weird. But all four of the men at one point basically had very similar stories about this thing bringing them aboard, and experiments being done on them being really fucking scared. Classic gray alien with the big almond eyes type of thing. And here's the thing though, a couple of them years and years later withdrew basically their stories. So like there's a lot of like doubt over how valid this case is. But as a kid, this was always one of my favorite, like this was on Unsolved Mysteries back in the day, and this was a
That's
big
the website I brought
story.
up right now is on Unsolved Mysteries, and
there's probably clips from
I always
Unsolved
love
Mysteries.
watching Unsolved Mysteries and hearing like motherfucker talk about the stories and shit.
I was that show as a kid. I
Yeah,
still
not
This
gonna
shit
lie.
really got me into this UFO lore. This is one of the first big stories that got me into it.
Unsolved Mysteries as a kid, though, like when the parents would be out, I would be scared shit.
So yeah, be sitting on the living room couch like, what was that?
Yeah, bro.
On a foggy night
Hey, I fuck
in
with John
Maine.
Walsh.
In Maine, 3 people. Yeah, no, I love that shit. But hey, dog, that's I don't know if I've ever really heard of that story, so that's why I was pulling up links and stuff. So I'm gonna check it out for sure tonight, man.
Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely check out the Unsolved Mysteries clip. They have really spooky audio of one of the Wieners, I believe, under hypnosis, sort of recounting what's going on with the experiment, and it's just fucking disturbing. It's fucking disturbing to listen to. A lot of talking about them sending messages with their eyes, that's like a big thing in UFO lore.
Thing. Like translating that memory into you.
Yeah.
I don't know if searching Wiener hypnosis is going to yield you the results you're looking for, but I'm gonna try it anyway, But man, hey, that shit was really gas. That was a cool story, man. Tonight has been full of really cool stories. Even some we got to keep tucked in the chamber because it's ran
We still
long.
got another episode.
Oh yeah,
we still got October, baby.
October we'll keep it running again, and maybe we'll hear back from Anthony Fresh back in this shit.
Yeah, it sounded like he got more stories. So I hope
that was a big highlight. And what he said, like, there's so much shit that like that he's told me that wasn't mentioned today.
Yeah,
like from when we were, you know what I'm saying.
Hyped to hear some of those other stories then too,
But
for sure.
To me, again, man, that was a big highlight of anything we've ever done to have my big brother.
Hell yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like pull up.
That's so cool.
And kind of, I don't want to say like reiterate, but like we've had different experiences. He did his shit with his friends back in the day. Me and BobeBlaze have experienced different shit in different spots, but within a circumference or a radius, whatever you want to call it, of where we grew up at. You know what I'm saying? Like the people he was talking about, like that's why I asked them, like that's Marciano and Danny Chavez, because Bobby's family, you know what I'm saying, his older sister, they know Danny, you know what I'm saying? They know Danny Chavez, R.I.P. Danny. But the Chavez grew up, what, Vigo, Vermilion or something? Like 2 blocks away? A couple blocks away?
Yeah, Vermilion.
Yeah, so those are people we all know through different shit. Like before I knew Bobby, you know what I'm saying? I knew Marciano, I knew, you know, Danny Chavez, you know what I'm saying? And
Danny died in the fucking military type shit.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Danny with the military shit. And you know what I'm saying? Bobby, I know Norma's known Danny and shit growing up, and it's just crazy because like through whatever it's been some weird connection, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody knows
we just don't know about it. Now as it gets connected like that, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, like Lake Station isn't that big. It really isn't. Yeah. But to know the same people, to fucking
and the lives that shit has happened, you know, the people that we've lost through weird shit, you know what I'm saying?
Lost some weird shit.
Even to
you know,
come
like
up to
I said,
now,
R.I.P. Danny. But these are people that I like the Stanley story with my nephew.
That was wild.
And,
that's a trippy one.
My brother's best friend, one of my best friends. I remember being probably the age, like I said, of Bella.
Hearing that story about
old.
your nephew Kyle, bro. He's always been like close, like that we've loved and respect. Hearing that story, man, that really like fucking touched me tonight.
Yeah.
That was some shit, man.
He's about to be a dad, bro.
No shit.
Yeah, he's on some reverse me and Pink Malenko shit. His girlfriend's 37 to 38.
Damn.
But yeah, my nephew's about to be a dad.
Oh,
so
I was talking about tonight. I was actually talking about it tonight and I didn't realize that. Oh no, that's what I was saying. I was like, yeah, that's, you know, someone like, you know, that's
it is
with,
crazy because
with
like
you and stuff.
Like I said, I've always been the baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm the youngest out of my siblings, similar to Bobby. You know what I'm saying? And my oldest, my brother, who was on here, me and him are 12 years apart, and me and his son, his firstborn, are 12 years apart.
That's cool.
So to me, my nephew, yes, that's my nephew, but to me, that's like always been my little brother.
It's how it's like me and Marco and Ryan.
Yeah, like Marco and Ryan.
We're so close like
Absolutely.
that or whatever. Yeah.
That's my little brother, man. You know,
Man, I'm really happy you guys got to get the lore of Jiggy Fresh here tonight. And I think in the next episode of The Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, we'll definitely have Anthony back. Humble among our Trash Fire champion, 2 years in a row. Thank you so much, man, for doing what you do. Not only with those fucking the flows that you came with and dropped new tracks on us, but the Habs, the Lost Land stuff that dropped tonight. When we close up tonight, also when the show's like, you know, when we wrap up, I'm gonna play that fucking little Titan interview that you dropped also within the last day, man. Always keeping the jug stimulated. I thank you for everything that you do, and we'll send this trophy out as soon as we can. Before we get out of here, say some shit, talk to the jugs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit! Humble Among Broadcast System 135, I think 136, coming real soon.
Hey, when you get to 138, we're gonna talk some Misfits. We are 138. Get Pog on there for you.
Juggle Ohio 2 footage coming real soon. I shot a lot of really cool shit at Juggle Ohio 2. Fuck. Announcement pretty soon. I dropped the announcement for the name of the Kosuke produced project and that shit trash, that shit fire. If anyone picked up on that, tweet it at me if you actually picked up on what the name of the project is. I'm gonna announce that soon. I have really cool cover art for that. If you like Bridget's t-shirt tonight, you're gonna like the cover art that we did for this
not
project.
gonna lie, I've been wanting to say since the beginning, since Bridget came on, the column shirt. Yes.
Yeah, that shit is fire. But yeah, if you like the calm, you're gonna like this this artwork. I'm not gonna say any more about that. Yeah, that's about it. More singles. Poop Nuts. Poop Nuts. May 17th. May 17th, Poop Nuts is the next single dropping.
On that shit's trash. That shit's fire, man.
Yeah.
The shit with Goldie, man, is so gas. On that
Yeah,
shit's trash.
that shit's dropping the 24th.
Hell yeah. All month long, then some humble one, bro.
Unless I change that, I might drop a different song on the 24th. But right now, the plan is to drop that on the 24th.
Don't lie to us, Humble. We know what's coming.
I might be a stinker and drop a different song on that day just to annoy Frankie.
Yo, but thank you so much, Humble Among. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend, good rest of your night. Thank you for popping in here tonight and shooting the shit with us.
Yeah, I gotta get off here. I already made Emily mad, I think.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get you in and out earlier. You know how it goes, so brother.
I love y'all.
Well, we'll talk about that too. We get Humble out of here. Yeah. All right, peace out. Bro.
Hey, but Bridget, I don't know what time it is by you, but I know by the time we get off of here, happy Mother's Day.
Hell yeah.
Big up to you. Big ups to any of the mothers in here tonight.
Yeah.
Whether you're a real child mother, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to offend anybody, but like cat moms, dog moms, pet moms. Shout out to all you guys being mothers. Big shout out to everybody. Happy Mother's Day to you guys. I know some of you guys are an hour ahead of us. So right now it is Mother's Day for you guys.
Hell yeah.
So big shout out to all the mothers out there. Pink Maligo, she's upstairs, probably passed out. But
that's why we spoke that about with her earlier, because we figured she was going to pass out tonight.
Shout out to my baby mama for being the best baby mama and being there for a jug. Shout out to
tonight to ease into 4 weeks in a row, celebrating multiple holidays, multiple fucking birthdays, multiple achievements here on the Weekly Web Show. Much motherfucking love. It is Mother's Day. We did fucking 420. We did Cinco de Mayo. All that in the last 4 weeks we've been here on the channel. We are going to take it will seem like a short break here on the channel before we return with the road to the gathering of the Juggalos.
And just so you know, he says it's going to be a long road. We might get that itch.
Dog, we're going to get the fucking itch. 100%. I'm just saying, look, dog, we've been on the channel 4 weeks in a row, a month straight weekends. I know for sure not only do we deserve a little break, but we probably need it too. You know what I'm saying? We probably need it too. It's mental health shit aside. Coming here and seeing you guys is what gets us by. Coming here and seeing you guys is what gets me by. But definitely we need to gear up, because the road to the gathering of the Juggalos is going to be it's our favorite time of year. So next time how we've been setting it up the last 2 years now is Trash Fire, Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, and then Road to the Gathering of the Juggalos.
So with that being said,
the great part of the year.
With that being said, the next time you see us, we'll be talking about predictions of the gathering lineup. Hopefully, we might even have some.
Maybe even a lineup by the next.
We won't even have a few people in the lineup. But again, thank everybody in the chat for coming to pull up with us. kick it with us. For all you mothers, Bridget, Jackie, Taffy, even you a cat mama.
I hope your cat and you and Whoop's
Shout
cat.
out to Taffy and Whoop really quick, if that's okay, because
Yeah.
and you know, dealing with their kitty in the hospital, and then even through all that, Taffy, you know, pulled up on the Thuggalo show and won herself a gas giveaway. So I just want to like send them a bunch of love real quick.
Oh yeah.
I won't buy. Hey, the lineup has nothing to do with when I buy my tickets. I probably won't buy my ticket until like the week before the gathering, depending on how it's going. I usually don't pick my shit up until we're at that motherfucker.
The lineup was really good.
But no, we love y'all, dog, and I hope everything goes through. Man,
as long as Ouija,
with the band,
Darby,
the cat,
nice
the
to appear
family,
there.
you know what I'm saying?
As long as Ouija, Darby, nice to appear there, I give a fuck about the rest of the lineup.
As long as y'all are there,
as long as y'all are there, even more.
So, but like I really think at this point, next time you guys see us, will definitely be when we kick off the road to the gathering and the Juggalo.
I might have a full beard by then. Just how long we're taking a break. We're going to
I'm really saying
MUJ in Miami.
Look, it's definitely it's definitely over 2 weeks.
Definitely over 2 weeks.
Yeah,
because I do have my children.
Yeah, the next 2 weeks, right? So it's definitely over 2 weeks before we.
I let them slide this week.
But hey, look, that don't mean we're not going to drop content that's going to come out of the channel. But y'all got mad shit to peep, and go check out the new Bridget Bites Will Gates track. Go check out Juggalo Chronic from Big Sizz. Go check out motherfucking Humble Among.
Chronic one time.
Go check out motherfucking Otherworldly. Go check out 10 bands in this.
Hey yo, we didn't even talk about 10 bands.
We talked a lot about 10 bands.
We did.
But I didn't get to say my favorite tracks.
Tell your favorite track.
What's your favorite track?
My favorite tracks on 10 Bands.
For my squad.
Bullshit. Bullshit is my #1 favorite.
Bullshit
and
is
then
fine.
Street Trash, Trey, and Squad, of course.
Squad.
Yeah,
I think Squad. I want to say Squad. Never mind.
I mean, come on.
Never mind. Never mind was a dope track, bro. That's a sleeper.
Oh, they're all fire. Those are just my top, my top.
Mine and it's Dim Again.
Dim Again.
Oh,
hey.
I loved your story that you posted of us.
Yeah.
To that track.
Hey, that was a perfect track for it.
Was.
Because it was like, who it is, who that be? Oh, it's Dim Again.
Oh, it's Dim Again.
That's that shit.
Yeah, I like it.
So we pulling up, baby.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Damn, we gonna rip a few while warriors doing flippy doos. We always on some different moves, cause bitch, we ain't got shit to prove. Plus, we gonna smoke a few, spin them up like Loki do. You want that smoke? We hope you do. Daisy, bitch, we ghosting you. I talking social media, your bros are sweet like stevia. These hoes is throwing me, I'm greedy, but don't really need it, bro. Capitalize on opportunity, you ain't want shit to do with me. Usually I beat them brutally, bringing doom ain't nothing new to me. Heating up that torch and it ain't no second chances. Cyborg from Atlantis, swinging hands to hatchet. Dog, we bad shit. Cowboy party, sipping brew hearts. TNT dynamite. Can I get a whoop dog? This is the fucking brutalist. Always on some stupid shit. Heavy-handed pugilist. Rage on you like Juno Kid. Zooted bitch. I get highlights like why not? Put you in a tight spot. Keep an eye on you, Cyclops. I float through life like Frylock. Hella easily. Puffin' fatties like Daisy. Demeaning these weak MCs. You can get maimed, ho. Hella slow and painful. I eat them up like mangoes, man. I'm always nice. Jane Doe. Always find me torn. Wicked since I was born. In the fire I've been forged. You can't escape the horde. Take your ass to church. Introduce you to the board. I knew that you'd be floored as soon as this shit was poured. Pyro is my bro. Got my back like it's Cairo. Kicking like Tybo from here to infinity high road. Take all titles from rivals and I'm on the bigger things. And you don't want no smoke.
Yo, go peep that Juggalo Chronic on all streaming networks.
He stopped it right before my line. He said, "You don't want no smoke because Bridget's my trigger man."
Bridget's my trigger man.
Hey.
My bad, G.
That's my favorite part. I'm sorry.
Shout out Big Sniz.
Shout out all the shout outs in that motherfucking track
straight
for
up.
sure.
Shout out Big Sniz on the Juggalo Chronic. Go peep that shit. Go run that shit up. Go run up Will Gates and Bridget Bites, We the Ones. Go run up Humble Among, Kosuke and fucking Will Gates, Otherworldly. Go run up TEN BANDZ. Go run up TEN BANDZ. Go run that shit up. TEN BANDZ.
Hey, cop your fucking merch before it's gone.
Yo, y'all got
tomorrow.
I think you guys got less than 24 hours. Yes. Let's speak on that because I might grab them in shorts soon. I grabbed a shirt. I grabbed a socks. I grabbed a CD.
Crazy.
I need to go. I need to grab some shorts. But
Bridget,
man,
we will chop it up with you really soon. Thank you for giving us so much time tonight.
Yeah, no problem.
Even with the flu game, Bridget.
No, and I'm sorry. People were saying I look sleepy, but that's just because I'm heavily medicated. I'm high as fuck. I'm on that NyQuil shit, but I'm
Fuck
here.
those people.
It's okay. That's okay. We know what's going on.
I don't want you guys to think I'm uninterested is all. And tonight's show was fucking awesome. These episodes are always my favorite. So yeah.
That's why we wanted to have you on here. Not only did you school it in Trash Fire, but you came through tonight. You're a regular here on That Shit's Trash. I mean, on the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, because you are Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, and that's why we love you. So, thank you so much. Have a great Mother's Day, and we'll chop it up with you the next time. All right.
Thanks,
Again,
feel better soon.
Feel better. We hope you get better soon.
You guys.
Happy Mother's Day. To you, to any of the Jugga moms out there. Big happy Mother's Day to everybody who's been a big part in their children's life, who's raising these fucking super jugs.
The flowers from the ground.
Happy Mother's Day. And all the Jugga moms out there. I love you all. And
That's all the moms.
Call your mom.
Call your mom, for real, straight up. Call your mom.
If you can. Call
your mom. If not,
all right, Bridget, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna close this up, and we'll see you next time. All right, yo, man, I think this is the fourth Strange, Dark, and Mysterious we've done, for sure. The third. I definitely want to, man, 4 weeks in a row being on the channel with all of our favorite people in the chat.
Yeah.
Much motherfucking love, you know what I'm saying? All y'all. Without you guys, and we harp on it a lot, but man, without you guys, we couldn't sit in front of the stream and talk for 4.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? But I do that to hang out with you. I do that to hang out with you. I know that we are tired. I know we've been on this motherfucker a minute talking shit back to back to back to back. But if I was gonna do it, couldn't do it any better fucking people. And man, every time that we do it, it brings us closer to seeing you guys at the Gathering of the Juggalos. Next time you see us, that's what we talking, baby. We already cheers into 2020.
I don't want to say next time you see us, because you might see us right after the show.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, we're going.
You're right, Jiggy. You're right.
Hey, but 100%, go to the fucking Instagram right now. But for this episode of the Weekly Women Show and our journey into the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious, I am your boy Bobby Blaze.
I am your boy Jiggy Fresh.
And I'm Prez Murderer.
We are TeamMUJ. This is the Weekly Web Show. We fucking love you, motherfuckers.
Thank y'all for spending.
We'll see you on the next one.
The 11 of y'all who stood the whole time. We love you guys. Everybody else who tuned in, we love you too. And again, happy Mother's Day to all you Jugga moms out there.
Yeah, for
Bridget,
for all the queens.
Taffy is Cat Mom.
Hey, and thank you for being mothers to us at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking care of us when you see us and shit.
Moms. We love you guys. TeamMUJ's out.
Oh yeah.
Y'all see us.
Sorry, people ain't go out yelling in your basement every weekend.
It's the weekly wicked web show with TeamMUJ. Family united, not divided, let me hear you say. It's the weekly wicked web show with TeamMUJ. Family united, not divided, let me hear you say. It's the weekly wicked web show. It's the weekly wicked web show.